There's a cold wave in Iowa City. I haven't played golf in over 5 weeks, and Iowa loses another close game in the Cyhawk series. Man. Speechless. First of all, what a game. Congratulations to Iowa State for coming out on top, I guess. What a brutal game, back and forth. Iowa got off to yet another slow start. We're going to ask Coach again what's going on with these slow starts, because this is now, I'd have to go back and look, but I think we talked about it last year. 9 out of 12 games got off to slow starts, including the non-conference. And again, a slow start where Iowa just got beaten down for a quarter and made a very valiant push in the second and third quarter, dominated the line of scrimmage for about 30 minutes of the game. And then when it was time to make plays, when the rubber needed to meet the road, it was Rocco Becht and Iowa State that made those plays. Kyle Conradi beats Iowa again for the second straight year on a 50-plus yard field goal. This is a tough one. This is always a game that we hate to lose. It's one of those ones that really does sit with you more longer than most losses do. It's not a game that we're going to get over in a couple of days or even weeks, especially now that Iowa has lost 3 out of 4 in this series and has lost 2 in a row at home. It's a tough one. We're going to talk about it all. Corey's going to jump in here shortly. He was at the game live today, so he headed back to his home base to get started here, so he'll be joining us shortly. We do have Coach Patterson on hold here. He'll be joining us in a second. Before we add anybody in, I do want to give a shout out to our Discord server. Trying to get the word out about that. People that haven't heard, we have launched a Discord server. As Corey has said in the past, the foundation of the show is the interaction that we both have with you guys, with everybody that watches and listens and comments and subscribes and calls in. And we appreciate that very much. So this is our kind of way of offering a more premium experience and a more prolonged form of communication between us and you guys. So we're live in the chat rooms during the games and throughout the week. I'll be dropping stuff in there as soon as we get enough people in, and then possibilities for pregame shows, halftime shows, extended postgame shows, etc., where we can continue to talk before and after the games and after the regular postgame show is done here. Obviously, we will stick with you here from the Hawkeye of the Storm to break down games after, but possibility for more experiences outside of that in the Discord server. If you want to join, $5 a month or $50 a year will get you in. The links are in the description for PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Just go to one of those, click on the link, and label your $5 or $50 donation Discord. If it's a $5 donation, make sure that it's recurring so that we can keep you in there from month to month. But again, $5 for a month, $50 for a year, PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. Just drop that donation using the link in the bio and label your donation Discord so that we can either celebrate or, like today, mourn in the chat as Iowa drops 16-13 against the hated Iowa State Cyclones. Well, let's get to it here. We've got Coach Patterson on the line. Coach, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Kyle, how about you?
I'm all right. That was a gut punch.
Yes, it was.
It was difficult. Man, where do you start, Coach? Between the start, I texted Corey towards the end of the game. I said, man, what? I mean, they made a great effort in the middle of the game, obviously, but what a horrendous start to that game and a maybe equally horrendous finish between the drive that Iowa gave up to Rocco Becht to set them up for that game-winning field goal, which did not start in great field position. Iowa State worked their way down the field slowly, methodically, as it seemed every drive was in this game. But then as soon as Iowa gets the ball back, Joel Klatt mentioned it on the broadcast, not a good situation to be in for Iowa, given that both of the scoring drives that were in the middle of that game were 16 and 17 plays and took 5 to 10 minutes off the clock. Obviously didn't have the luxury of either of those things at the end of the game. And then they take 2 brutal sacks. Where do you start, Coach? What stood out to you?
Well, one thing that comes to mind for me, I'm just looking now to see. We had one explosive play, gain of 22, pass reception by Jacob. You remember that play? That's it, one. Defensively, we did a great job in preventing their big plays as well. They had the 35-yarder when Lee was beaten, right? That was 35.
Yep.
And that's it. They had one play over 20 yards also.
Only other slightly explosive plays in the game were pass interference penalties and personal fouls.
Right. But even then, of course, at best, it's a 15-yard penalty.
Yep.
10 or 15, depending on which category you're talking. Here's what's frustrating. Our first 2 drives, we were 3 and out. So we still made a first down on our first 2 possessions. We did a good job of defending our end zone, at least, and forced them into field goals.
Yeah.
So I felt like it was a win when it was only 6-0.
I did too.
Especially when you realize they had the wind in that first quarter, and we were still only down. Did they have most field goals in the first quarter? I can't remember. Yeah, they did. Into the first quarter, ISU up 6-0.
Yep.
So really, we did a good job. The damage control was good. We held them to 6 points on those two possessions that went pretty deep into Iowa territory. As I recall, at the longest, they were mid-range field goals, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Incidentally, one of those field goals barely snuck inside of that left upright.
Mm-hmm.
And we had one that also barely went inside.
Barely snuck over the left upright.
Matter of fact, honestly, to look at it from behind the kicker, I thought they were going to rule it to be wide.
I thought so too.
Now, it's hard to tell because the ball's in flight, of course. And I do recall because it was kicking to the south end. It was a quartering tailwind. The wind was blowing right to left. So it's entirely possible. Of course, sometimes the kicker hooks the ball a little bit too. So maybe the ball, when it went over the upright, I got to believe when it went over the upright, it was good.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the play, you can see it was clearly outside the upright.
Yeah. By the time it hit the net, it was certainly outside.
Yeah, maybe for two reasons. One was a crosswind that was blowing it right to left. The other reason, maybe it did actually draw a little bit too as a kick. Normally, his balls are pretty much straight on. You know, they don't really or draw, either one. But with the wind, I think that had something to do with it. Anyway, thankfully that went through. They had one that barely went through. We had one that barely went through. I guess that's a push. And I felt even good at the end of three. Because let's face it, you know, they took the ball to start the second half. And Kirk, I think, made a good decision. He decided, we're going to go ahead and kick into the wind because I want that win in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And I had my fingers crossed that it might have enough effect on the 54-yarder that he might miss.
Yeah.
Then the wind had died a little bit maybe by then, I guess.
Yeah.
And to his credit, he knocked it through. I did say earlier in the week, and you'll appreciate this, I did say, if the game comes down to a last-second field goal, the team kicking the field goal will win the game because neither one of them are going to miss. And that turned to be true. I have no doubt that if it was our guy out to kick the last-second field goal, it would have gone through there too.
I would agree with that.
Two exceptional kickers, and I give Conrody credit. There was 54 yards into a slight headwind.
Yeah.
I think the wind was out of the northwest throughout the game. So you'd like to believe it had a little bit of a negative effect on his kick, but not enough. So the disappointment I had is we didn't take advantage of it in the fourth quarter. When we had the win, we couldn't move the ball. And we ended up dying at the hands of a long-range field goal again. So I have to admit, Clint's the one that said it. Of course, Clint is a former quarterback, the color commentator.
Yeah.
He did say I was got to get them off these short routes. You got to double cut them. Well, you either double cut them or you just scare them with speed. Yeah. Maybe we don't have anybody that can do that, but we didn't try is the point.
No, we did not.
Over time, they just kept tightening down. The safeties were coming down also, so the corners really didn't have help over the top. And we couldn't make them pay. And the mystifying part is we didn't really try to make them pay.
No. This was one of the things I had in my notes, Coach, and this is we've got to get to the play calling. I mean, it was infuriating early in the game when they were struggling. I'm going to read you this, and I'm sure the people watching will find this familiar to an era before Tim Lester. They started the game run, pass, punt, run, pass, punt, run, pass, almost a punt. They barely got the first down on that third drive. But to open that game the way that they did and really never give Gronowski a chance, because and they said this the same thing in so many ways during the color commentary, because it was like the same thing playing out every single drive. Basically, the whole point of the game was Iowa's a good rushing team. The offensive line looked impressive at times, and they have some stuff going for them on the outside, but they got nothing down the field. And as a consequence, Iowa State, who is not a better rushing team than Iowa, they're not.
No.
They had, at times in this game, they had more holes simply because Iowa had to respect them down the field. And only because Iowa had to respect them down the field. And there were times in this game, not in the middle of the game, Iowa ran the ball fine in the middle of the game, and I think the offensive line did very well. But there were times they struggled to run the ball purely as a consequence because of the fact that Iowa State's two safeties could just fire their guns at the box, load the box, join the linebackers, and stop the run. And it's like at some point, Klatt, you said it first, Coach. Klatt was begging for Iowa to do something, and I don't even think, and maybe this is wrong, but from a coach's perspective, but I don't even think they had to complete a pass deep. I think they just had to try a couple.
You heard me say before, Kyle. At some point in time, you got to scare them deep.
You got to make them think about it. It's got to be a thought. You can't run 60 plays or 70 plays or however many they ran and not try. It's like, as much as the zone running scheme looks great and some of the quick hitting stuff looks great from Lester, and Mark showed a lot of toughness. I'm going to say this right now. I don't know what's going on in the chat right now. I am not going to tolerate Mark Gronowski slander today. Mark played just fine. Mark played admirably, played a tough game in a rivalry game, ran the ball physically, was not scared of contact, and made some good throws. And I just don't understand, for as many good things as this new offensive regime has done, and a wide receiver core that I think we were all more confident in this year than we have been in the last probably 4 or 5 years, why you don't even try. And part of the talk last week that infuriated me after last week's game was people that said, oh, Iowa struggled early and then they covered up the ball because they wanted to hold stuff for Iowa State. And I'm like, how many times have we said that in 2021, in 2022, in 2023, in 2024, and now in 2025, where they've showed nothing in an early season game. They've looked horrible in the passing game. And there's a subsection of people that are like, they're holding stuff. Don't give them the pass. It's the fact that they did not try anything last week and then went to Ames this week and didn't try anything or didn't succeed on anything except for one ball that Gronowski threw down the field that drew a pass interference penalty. Like, this is it to me, it's just such an indictment on the fact that you have a weakness. You know what the weakness is. You have all offseason to prepare for it. You have, according to you, you have the quarterback and you have the receiver personnel, and you don't even try. That is the part for me that is frustrating. If they try and they fail, we would all come here and say, look, it's frustrating that it didn't work, but they tried something different. That's what we would say. That's my frustration with this game.
Right.
It's brutal. It's brutal.
You heard me say, Kyle, your job as a coach is to do everything possibly to be done and generating a good game plan.
Yeah.
And here's my point with that. We always felt if you look high enough and long enough, you'll find something.
Yeah.
There's a particular formation that they do not defend well. You think they're vulnerable. Now, let's face it, you might have to look at 15 different formations and you finally decide, they're really sound with how they line up in these 14, but here's a formation where they're unsound. We're going to take advantage of that particular alignment because that's not sound, and no one's done it to them.
Yeah.
That, as a coach, that's when you get excited. You're thinking nobody's seen what we're seeing. We have every reason to believe this is going to work.
And by the way, Coach, it's such a good point because it especially applies in this game because they're playing cross conference. Iowa State does not see another Iowa all season, and this is why they've struggled in this series when Iowa has been Iowa, because Iowa can do things to them that other teams don't.
Well, we've won a lot of low-scoring games, of course, against Iowa State, but not today.
Yeah.
And truthfully, I said it in the week, I said, these teams mirror each other in so many ways. Simple example, neither one typically beats himself. Neither one shoots themselves in the foot with penalties. Neither one turns the ball over very often at all. Today we were even on turnovers, one apiece. Although we did get the ball out, I can't remember who forced the fumble, but I believe it was.
It hit the turf, and then the Iowa State offensive lineman just belly flopped on it.
Yeah, and of course, the other lucky play of the day was a deflected pass and ended up in the tight end's hands.
Oh, that was infuriating too. I thought that might be the moment. And this is another thing we have to talk about too. We'll get Corey's thoughts here in a second, but like through 2 games, they have not sniffed a passing turnover except for that one play where it went straight to the Iowa State defender's hands. Like this, and this is a problem for the way that they play defense, I think, because the way that I've always heard Iowa's defense described when they've been really good by other coaches, by analysts, is that the Iowa defense stays back, they stay disciplined, they basically offer you those 3 and 4 yard plays over and over again. And they want to see if you're going to be patient with that all game. And if you're going to nickel and dime them to death. And the second you take a shot, they're ready to take advantage. Now, they're still doing, in my opinion, they're still doing a really good job on the staying home, staying back, not giving up big plays. They didn't give up any they gave up 1 fade route today or what was his name on the sideline.
Yeah.
But it's not like they're giving up explosives everywhere. It's just now when teams test them, they're not giving up explosives, but they're not making explosive plays on the defensive end. So,
right.
Corey?
Well, folks, before we continue this, Kyle, thank you for holding down the fort as we begin this thing. And we are here to talk to you, the fan. So if you are here, we got a bunch of people already in the queue, people on hold on the phone line. We're going to get to my takes as well. And I got a bunch of questions for Coach Patterson. I just got back from Jack Trice Stadium. Before we get to that, a big thank you to our sponsors. First of all, Big Grove Brewery is the official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. And there was a Hawkeye huddle I saw down at the Big Grove in Des Moines earlier this week. And Big Grove's so involved, so Hawkeye through and through. And they are opening a new place down in Omaha. So if you're a Hawkeye in the Omaha, Council Bluffs, Lincoln area, definitely check it out. It will be open very soon. But they have a bunch of convenient locations: Cedar Rapids, Solon, Des Moines, Iowa City. They are the official watch party headquarters and the official craft brewery of the Hawkeyes and the official beer from the Hawkeye of the Storm, an Iowa postgame with Coach Don Patterson. Also want to take a moment to thank Iowa Smokehouse. You see their bottom ticker. You can get this deal right now, folks, 15% off, free shipping on all of their orders if you use the code Hawkeyes. And they have some awesome stuff for football season. You can shop all of their great products, their beef sticks, their jerky, their salsas, their sauces. All of it's great. And it's great for game day as we start another long year of football, not just with college football, but NFL football ahead. Use that code Hawkeyes for 15% off your order at iowasmokehouse.com. And again, you spend $50, you'll get free shipping on everything. So you can't go wrong with this. Skip the store. I mean, Iowa Smokehouse is everywhere. But skip the store, buy it online, get free shipping right to your doorstep. Support the show by using that code Hawkeyes for 15% off your order. Also, Brad Van Meter and his State Farm team down in Des Moines. Brad is mourning with all of us. He's a huge Hawkeye fan. His whole team is. And they are found down in Des Moines at 4229 Fleur Drive. You can visit him online at bradvanmeter.com. Very easy to request a quote. bradvanmeter.com. Or you can call him 515-256-6480. And from what Brad has told me earlier this summer, August 1st was a bit of a turning point. Some really exceptional auto rates being introduced to State Farm customers, new and old. So definitely give Brad a call and see if you can switch all of your coverage over for all of your insurance needs. Folks, we're going to take a quick 30-second break. Again, thank you for being here. We've got a bunch of people lined up. I got a bunch of questions for Coach Patterson, but I promise we'll get to everything. You're watching Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson. Let me introduce you to one of the proud supporters of From the Hawkeye of the Storm, Iowa floor covering down in Bondurant. Now, for the last year and a half, you've heard me talk about this great company in the heart of central Iowa. They've got their tough core, click together, 4.5 millimeter waterproof vinyl flooring, great for you DIYers out there. But even if you're just a contractor or you need a different type of flooring, they've got you covered, whether it be tile showers, carpet. Give Iowa Floor Covering a chance to serve you better and serve your flooring needs. Visit them online at iowafloorcovering.com. That's iowafloorcovering.com. Or you can give them a call at 515-379-7000. That's 515-379-7000. Thank you to Iowa Floor Covering in Bondurant. All right, we're back here talking about Iowa's loss on the road in Ames today to the Iowa State Cyclones. The number to call in if you're new to the show, 515-635-1601, 515-635-1601 to ask Coach Patterson. We'll let Kyle hang out with us for a little while. We may take him out, and then if he's available later, we'll put you back in, Kyle, as well. But you're welcome to do that. And I think we're going to hear from from Tom Kakert. Tom has had a lot going on here in his life, but he was in Ames today as well. He'll be joining us here shortly, so stick around for that. All right, before we get to our callers, and by the way, our phone line is right now full. So if you're calling, call on StreamYard. Easiest way to get through right away, and you'll get in the queue right away. All right, Don, I'm going to kind of restart in a sense because my observations were different than both of your observations there from Jack Trice. And I just want to say, start with this. There's nothing better than going to a road venue as a Hawkeye and getting a win, whether that's Ames or Madison, whatever the case may be. There's nothing better. And at the same time, there's nothing that sucks much worse than sitting in the Hawkeye section that's filled with Hawkeye player parents and having to walk that long aisle as those parents sit there. And obviously they're supporting their kids and see the sadness on the faces of all those families. So I'll say that I just want to give a big shout out to Addison Estringa's parents. I don't know what his outlook is. I know he was on crutches. It sounds like left the game. He's a senior. I saw his parents, wish them well. And I just wish him well because, man, tough time to get hurt. Such a big game his senior year. So best wishes to Addison Estringa and his family as well. But, Don, I don't know where this game went wrong. I agree with what you guys said at the start. I was listening. The lack of shots early was a little bit surprising. It's not like they were running the ball particularly well. It looked like to me that Iowa came into this thing, Don, and said, hey, we feel like we're going to be able to run at will against this team. And when they weren't early, they didn't pivot quick enough. And that would be my criticism, whether that be of Tim Lester or if Kirk Ferentz was involved in some of that game planning there in the first quarter, if some of that was kind of just mapped out pre-game, if you will. I don't have an answer to that. I keep calling it a pick six to everybody that I talk to because the interception was the difference in this game. All right. I mean, it just was. On the scoreboard, that was the difference in the game. Iowa caught a huge break getting the fumble recovery on the muffed punt. You and I, Kyle, we don't know if that was actually touched by the Iowa State punt guy, but it doesn't matter. It was the right call on the field. It looked like it was, but it was called a fumble on the field. Iowa recovered it. So it should have been, Kyle, it should have been an even split as it relates to momentum with the two turnovers. But Don, how big was that interception from Mark in that second quarter? And I think it was it Caden Weegan that slipped on that play?
Yeah.
What went wrong on the play besides just Weegan slipping on the field?
Well, coaching receivers, I've always told them when you're running any kind of comeback route, you have to show speed. You have to scare them deep. You have to convince them that you're going deep. Otherwise, they're sitting on the route. And if it's an All-American corner out there playing that's got so much confidence in his ability, he's not getting out. He's not giving you a cushion, then you sure as hell better not be running a comeback. So Cooper was sitting on the route. And then on top of that, Weegan, he was awkward with the way he ran the route, the way he stuck the top of the route. He kind of stumbled coming out of it. Frankly, Cooper would have been on it. It would have been a contested play either way, I think. But the fact that he stumbled a little bit made it easier for Cooper, obviously.
Should it have been thrown?
Didn't contest the ball.
Should it have been thrown?
I'd like to believe that Mark would have realized, of course, it all happens in the split second. Maybe when Mark let go of the ball, he wasn't really in the stumble mode yet, I don't think. If he would have seen him stumbling, I think he probably would have reloaded, even if it meant just pulling the ball down and running for a yard. So I don't think he had any idea he was going to stumble. When the ball was released, I think the ball was out of his hands before he perceived the stumble. And again, it might not have mattered anyway. That's how he was sitting on the route. Nice play by Cooper. But the bottom line, of course, if you can't push a corner out of there, you better not try to throw underneath him. And a great corner maybe will play you aggressively and dare you to throw it deep. And one thing I want to be sure people understand, you don't have to just have great speed to scare cornerbacks. I'll just take you back to guys back in the 80s even. A guy like Billy Happle didn't have great speed, but you know what Billy had? He was a great route runner. So he did a great job of selling the out. And guess what? You bite on the out and it's not an out. It's out and go. Or it's stop and go. Or it's slant and go, whatever the case might be. The point is, there's ways to win over the top, or at least scare them over the top, without just relying on nothing but speed. Because great route running can get the job done too. Right? You follow me? So some of our most effective guys on double cuts were not our fastest receivers. They simply knew how to sell the out or sell the stop. And then when the corner bit and guessed wrong, then they were still okay. They were still open because the corner, of course, is already committed to playing the short ball.
I think it's fair to say that Caden Weegan is not a great route runner. I mean, I think he would admit that. I would have to, because if he was a great route runner, he would just have played more on offense to this point. He's a senior. He just won the Jet Award last year. And by the way, I'm not going to make this a rip on Caden Weegan show, but he played poorly, Don. I mean, I don't know that there's any way around everything he did today that was real noticeable. Like, it started in the first play from scrimmage where you get a personal foul penalty. It's stupid. Right. Stupid. Okay? Stupid. I don't care. And I would have said the same thing if I was an Iowa State fan and it was reversed. Stupid. I don't know what he did. May have been a soft. You guys see on replay what
it was? He shoved somebody on the sidelines after the play. I think it was nothing.
But just go out of bounds and get back to your sideline. All right. By the way, he was on his sideline, so stupid. So I'd say that, and he didn't do anything on that last kick return, which was unfortunate. I thought maybe this is the time where he makes a big play. You have the slip on the route that ended up in a pick. And by the way, that personal foul penalty was half the distance to the goal, so pinned him back. Reese Dakin, I thought everybody in that first quarter, almost everybody played poorly in the first quarter, including Reese Dakin, including Caden Weegan, including Mark Gronowski. Iowa was getting nothing on the ground. Had two bad punts from.
Well, you also had Weegan not catching a punt, allowing it to bounce and then backtracking to the 5. Like, what was that about?
Yeah, well, it was a weird punt. And sometimes you get
that's fine, but he still backtracked 6 or 5 yards. Like, he caught it on like the 10-yard line and went backwards.
Don, I don't know if that ball would have retreated into the end zone, but did you agree with Caden picking that ball up after it bounced like it did, running back and picking the ball up inside his own 10?
Well, first off, part of being a great punt returner is being able to judge the ball. I'll equate it to baseball. If you're playing center field, I'll be the first to say, if you're a major league center fielder, it's not easy to judge the ball when it comes off the bat. But experienced Major League Baseball players can do that. They have an idea of whether they should back up or whether they should come forward. They jump the ball, if you will. They don't allow the ball to hit the ground, right?
Yeah.
If they get to it, they get to it. If they have to pull up to handle a Texas leaguer, you know what a Texas leaguer is, right? Just a pop single. Then they do that. They don't make the mistake of running forward, thinking they can get it, and now the ball bounces in front of them and goes beyond them. You very seldom see that in the major leagues. Same thing with the punt returner. If you can get to it, but it all starts with judging it as soon as possible when it comes off the foot. Because I think, frankly, it looks to me, I don't know how far in front of him the ball hit, but it wasn't that far in front. I don't know. It's not easy to, but obviously if you misjudge it and the ball hits in front of you and bounces beyond you, you better think long and hard about possessing it as you run back toward the wrong goal line. Because you're heading the wrong direction already, and then we start off on the 5-yard line, right?
Kyle, I'm going to start taking.
He fielded on the 5. Then he returned it, but he fielded on the 5. Is that right?
He fielded it on like the 7 or 8, and then he ended up at the 5, but he went backwards a couple of yards.
Yeah. When was that? Third quarter?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. ISU was 3 and out, incidentally, on that possession. Region allows punt to hit the ground, then retreats, tackle on the -5.
Yeah.
So, just a horrible mistake.
Brutal.
Kyle, I'm gonna.
Yeah, the other option, of course, if you know you can't get to it, let's face it, the biggest hop the ball's going to take is that first bounce, right? So if you know the ball's hitting in front of you, you break down, you're in a position where you can react either left or right to feel the ball, hopefully on that first hop. If you run up on it and you run on top of it, then that bounce might take it all the way by you, and that's kind of what happened. So that's why you got to be decisive. You either decide as soon as you can, yeah, I can get to it or not. If I can't get to it, I'm sure that it'll bounce for the next 30 yards. So I'm going to be sure to keep it in front of me, and hopefully I can fill it on one hop. But I'm not so close on the ball that I'm not disadvantaged by being too close. Do you follow me?
Yeah. Kyle, I'm going to let you slide for now.
That was a big play.
Feel free to, I got
to move the ball.
That's okay.
I don't know what's going on with Don's internet. Don's internet's freaking out, but I'm going to let you slide because our call line is just packed, and we got to get moving on some of these. So, Kyle, thank you for starting us out here. Please hang around if you're so able to. So,
okay, I'll hop back in later.
Thanks, Kyle. All right, Don, I get you back here. Your internet's kind of doing some funky things, but I think we have you back. Can you hear me okay, Don?
Yeah, how am I sounding?
Okay. Yeah, your lips aren't necessarily matched up with the picture, but that's okay.
Really?
Okay. We are going to go to none other than Mr. Tom Kakert, who is coming to us live from Jack Trice Stadium. Tom, welcome back. Good to see your face.
How are you guys?
We're doing okay.
Good.
How are you doing?
Good. Yeah, just wrapping up here. They're going to boot us out of here fairly soon. So,
well, glad we got to you. Let's just get to the chase here, Tom.
Yeah.
Tell us what the head man had to say after another close loss in the Cy-Hawk game, in a game where turnovers hurt them, but they had missed opportunities with a tie ball game late in this one.
Yeah, basically, I asked him. I go, the concern about 2 straight slow starts offensively and things of that nature, and he kind of just attributed to that Iowa State's a really good defensive team, and that's what kind of was the cause today of their struggles on offense, was that Iowa State's just a really good defensive team. He thought Mark Gronowski played better. Still has room to grow, but felt like he played better. I don't sense I don't sense that he's panicked about moving to a different quarterback at all. I didn't get that sense from him. I think he feels like Mark made some progress today, passing game and just playing with more confidence overall.
Don, did moving to a different quarterback ever cross your mind at any point? Sure didn't cross my mind at any point tonight after the game. I think the $1 million question, and I'll be interested to hear if this was asked of Kirk, but Don, it felt like there was a lot of time for Mark to throw almost all day.
Yeah.
And so the question is, and I'm sitting there, and it's hard to watch two things, right? That's why you have game film. But I'm sitting there at Jack Trice thinking, okay, is it receivers not getting open? Is Mark not seeing them? Don, I'll ask you this first, and then kind of get Tom's perspective and just what Kirk had to say. Don, what did you see more? I know you're watching it on television, but did it feel like Mark was just holding onto the ball too long? What was going wrong with receivers?
Well, a fair amount of it was drop 8. They rushed 3 drop 8, so there are a lot of defenders out there, and they got more defenders than you got receivers, that's for sure. So it's not easy. And of course, it's on the receivers to find a way, even if it is zone coverage, you try to get to the softest possible spot in the zone. At some point, you still get open, especially when you now have the luxury of having a little extra time, right?
Right. Tom,
So,
what did Kirk say about it? Did he talk about receiver play and just, obviously pass pro is pretty good. Defending less bodies in general, but what did he say about just the lack of downfield attack?
Yeah, he really didn't say a whole lot about that. Mark was asked about it, and he just felt like they took the shot on the one play where he felt like maybe that could have been a touchdown if Seth doesn't get, but the guy was smart to take the PI and on the deep ball to Seth. But otherwise, he was just like basically they took what they were giving him and tried to find guys that were open. But I kind of felt like he was holding on the ball too long. At some point, you just gotta take a shot or live to fight another day. He did try to extend the plays with his legs, and but guys just maybe they weren't open. I didn't see any egregious ones where he's like, oh, this guy's just standing here all by himself. So it's really hard to say, but I keep wondering, are the receivers able to get themselves open? Are they running the routes correctly? Are they not able to get the separation? I don't know. It's hard for me to tell, but I thought the ground game was a little bit better today after that slow start. I think the slow start is the thing that's concerned me the most, is that this 2 games in a row where they've just come out of the gate and it has just been a 3 and out and not looking good in any way, shape, or form in those first 2-3 drives. And that is, even last game, they at least had a good drive to start the game. They came out fairly smooth. Today it was just not good. And then they finally got going after a little, at least got some points on the board after that punt play. And at the end of the half, that was a really good drive that they put together, probably the best drive of the year so far. And after that, it was just, they just can't seem to sustain a drive.
Yeah, and they had a couple of drives. Obviously, the touchdown drive got them back in it at the end of the first half.
Uh-huh.
But just like last year, you get the ball down in plus territory, you want to come away with 7, not 3. I know it's it sounds like sounds like rocket science, right? But they settled for 3 and a couple of times, and we talked about the interception early. Tom, what did Mark say about that play?
That was one where Weejan just lost his footing and went down, and that's really kind of what caused that more than anything else. Was just Weejan had a tough day. I mean, all around, just the flips, decisions on the penalty, decision trying to take that ball and then try to go around the edge and couldn't get around that edge. I mean, that's a game film he's not going to want to look at for very long, for sure. They're banged up front too. Dunker left the game with some sort of injury. I didn't get any specifics on that from Kirk. I saw Bo Stevens getting his left foot wrapped up. Kirk didn't seem to think either of those are very long, but the Ostrenga thing is going to be a long term. I mean, he was in a boot. He had to get carted off, couldn't put weight on his ankle. So I'm guessing that's the dreaded high ankle probably. And so he's going to be out for a bit. That's, the first Kirk game week press conference where he said they came out of camp really healthy. I was like, never say that. Don knows what I'm talking about. Never say that, because then you're just begging for the injury gods to come get you.
They don't really tackle in fall camp, right? They're not. Don?
Yeah, but you still have a lot of soft tissue stuff that pops up or.
Well, I know, but I mean, there's going to be other injuries that occur once you're going full speed, right? I mean, it just makes sense. It's a collision sport, right? If you're not replicating full on collision, it's unfortunate. I'm not going to debate that. And I was telling Don before you hopped on, Tom, I could see it in the face of people. We were pretty close to the players' parents, and I didn't see him go off, but you could just feel once he was out of the game, you don't want to assume it's season ending, but for a guy who's a senior, that's a hard moment, especially in such a big game. I feel bad for Addison Ostrenga. And now, opportunity knocks for Zach Ortworth, Hayden Large, whether it's Michael Burt, after that, DJ certainly has a chance. I know they traveled a freshman, Thomas Meyer today. So there's opportunity there. But, yeah, you're right about injuries. Don, anything else before we let Tom get out of here? But anything else that you have for Tom about Kirk or anything related to the game, Don?
Well, I just hated that, I said during the week, I think it might be able to come down to a last-second field goal, and it really doesn't matter which kicker's out there. He's probably going to make it.
Yep.
If he's wearing black and gold, he'll make it. If he's wearing cardinal and gold, he'll make it then too.
Yep.
It happened to be the guy that was out there for the last kick, and that was the difference in the game.
Real quick, the hard part about that for me is you have a third down throw. It's a tough throw to make for Gronowski. Jacob Gill, midair, has to try to come back for it. Had they converted on that third down and Gill's able to come back and make that catch for a first down, they're in Drew's range easily with the way the wind was. And by the way, the wind did shift. It was basically straight out of the north to start the game. By the time we got to fourth quarter, it was coming straight from the west. But if Iowa had converted that third down to Gill, they're in field goal range and they have an opportunity to take a 16-13 lead. And so
you know what? I kind of just knew the game was over when that ball gets tipped in the air and it goes right to the Iowa State guy. Yeah. That's when you know that you're not gonna win the game, because that's the traditional spot where Iowa picks that off and they end up it's like the Nebraska game last year where Llewellyn gets the strip sack and then Drew Stevens hits the game-winning field goal. It's the same thing. It's just you make that play, you win. Ball bounces away from you and it goes right to the Iowa State tight end and he catches it, and then the football gods are not going to shine on you today.
They had 3 third downs on that drive. Yep. Granted, short yardage situations, at least the other 2, but could not get stops. And you're like Don said, you're in 50 to 55 yard range. Conradi is money, just like Drew is. So, Tom, thank you for being here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Safe travels back to Quad Cities, and we'll talk to you better days ahead.
Yep, we'll talk to you guys soon. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks, we are going to get to your calls, your comments. Our Iowa Smokehouse line is full. Iowa Smokehouse is sponsoring our ability to take calls, so we thank Iowa Smokehouse for that. Again, you see their messaging across the bottom. Get your Iowa Smokehouse today. We will start with our first caller, and that's Luke, who is here early. Luke, welcome to Iowa Postgame with Coach Patterson.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right. How are you, Luke?
Doing good. Pretty disappointed after today, but, kind of expected this.
Were you at the game, Luke?
No, I was not.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll be at UMass next week.
Okay.
So
it's a get-right game, I guess. So what'd you think of today, Luke?
Just disappointing to see special teams not play well. I mean, that Weejan should have probably been pulled, but I mean,
when are you going to pull him? I mean, it's not like not like he had a ton of reps. I mean, it's not like he was back there returning a ton of punts. Iowa, they forced some punts there in more so second and third quarters, but how many punt returns did he have, Don? Do you have the official box score in front of you?
Yeah.
I think he had 4.
And most of those were fair catches. So, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I could see maybe pulling him for Sam Phillips, but wait, returning Jet winner, you going to pull him just because he's struggling? I don't know.
We just had 1 punt return for -7.
Yeah,
that was the ball that he filled it back on the 5.
Yeah, and we're not including the fair catches because those don't count in the totals, of course. So,
yeah, and then also starting Washington, I don't understand that. I mean, he's not RB1. That's pretty obvious. The
way I explain that, I mean, it's not like Xavier Williams finished the game either. It was Jazz Patterson down the stretch. So Iowa likes them all. The only thing I'd say on that, Luke, is my guess is the coaching staff was more comfortable playing a more experienced guy, an older guy, on the road, hostile environment to start the game, as opposed because who would you have started? Xavier?
Jazz. I mean, he's been there 3 years.
I know, but okay, well, yeah, I'm surprised Jazz has slipped down third fiddle, and maybe he won't after this week. But after last week, I mean, people around us in the stadium were saying, why isn't Xavier Williams starting? Because he had 120-some yards last week. So
yeah, I thought I'd see him as listed as number 1 on the depth chart. And I don't understand why Jazz isn't second on the depth chart. He's obviously proven he's better than Washington. So
Yeah, there's got to be a reason, but I understand your frustration. And he seems to, I mean, he had the big game against Iowa State 2 years ago as well. So I would expect, unless there's stuff going on off the field that we're not aware of, that if Moulton is still out, that maybe Jazz will get the start next week. We'll see.
Sure hope so. It was also.
I did make a note, guys, that Patterson is the most effective running back. I said that in the third quarter.
Yep.
Yep.
And I give them credit. They did not go away from him. I give them credit for that. In general, they stuck with Jazz Patterson because he was giving them their best shot.
Yep. I'm glad TJ Hall played well today. That's good to see.
I was proud of TJ. I thought he did okay.
Yeah.
Made a beautiful play on that deep post.
Yeah, that was great.
And had some nice tackles too. I was proud of him.
Don, that deep post where he timed that perfectly right on the knockdown pass. I looked over because Terrence Hall was standing in the section right next. No expression on his face. You could tell he's a former player. He wasn't getting too high, too low. Just no expression change from Terrence Hall, TJ's dad. But no, good play, and I'll give him credit. They didn't allow the dreaded big play down the field that cost them last year. So if you had told me, Don, that, I mean, I pull up the official box score. I've been looking at the unofficial box score from ESPN, but if you had told me that they really wouldn't get hit for more than just a couple of explosive plays and none of them would go for a touchdown.
Exactly one.
One explosive or super explosive?
It happened to be super explosive, but there were no explosives other than that one.
One play of 20 plus in the game.
Yep.
One play of 20 plus in the game. If you had told me that Iowa would hold them to one play of 20 plus in the game and they would outrush them and break even on turnovers, do you think I would have picked Iowa to win this game, Don?
We had one play that was explosive also. It was 22 yards.
Well,
so there were a grand total of 2 in the entire game.
Yeah. But I would have taken Iowa on any day of the week under those circumstances, Luke. So,
yeah. I do have a fun little stat here. Mark Gronowski has broken the record for fewest passing yards by a Big Ten quarterback through the first 2 games of the season, minimum 35 attempts since 1995.
Wow. That's amazing given who has been playing at Iowa for the last 5 years.
Yep. Kane Coulter from Northwestern had the record with 177 in 2012, and Gronowski has had 127.
No, I'd say good stuff, but it's not good stuff. It's bad stuff. So,
yeah,
Luke, thank you for being here. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Don, I mean, what's your level of frustration with, I mean, you don't get frustrated with people necessarily, but how much do you look at Tim Lester right now and say, you got to be better? Because I'm a big Tim Lester guy, but I'm all for the buck stops with the coach and the coordinator, and Brian Ferentz dealt with his share of blame. We're only 2 games in, but after a loss, it's a fair question to ask. How much do you point the finger at Tim?
Well, let me say this, Corey. Here's the way I always thought. Here's the way Coach Fry always thought. If you can't find a weakness on the part of the other team, then you simply haven't looked hard enough and long enough. Go back and look again, because everybody has a weakness. Somewhere you can find a weakness. And that's what you strive to do. You continually look under rocks, if you will. You're looking under rocks for a solution. And if you haven't found very many, if any, you better keep looking. If that means you got to spend a few more hours in the office, you better do it, because the game plan's at stake. And if you don't have a good game plan, then good luck winning, because that game plan is designed to give us the very best chance to win. And today it looked like we didn't have any good ideas about how to get the ball downfield.
I mean, is that why would that be? Why would that be? How do you not have any good idea? I'm not saying that that's actually the case, that they had no good ideas, but how could you even not have good ideas about getting the ball down the field in such a big game? I don't quite understand why there weren't shots taken earlier in the game. I mean, what would be the explanation for that other than they're dropping a lot of guys back? And
well, here's one possibility. You might ask, why couldn't we hit on any of those good ideas? maybe we had a good idea. We called a good idea. It was based on the last game or the K-State game. That's why we had the good idea. We saw it on video, right? And maybe they simply corrected it. Let's give them credit maybe for correcting that good idea that we saw based on film. They're no longer as vulnerable as they were. The reason we put it in the game plan is because it was there. You could see it on video. Maybe they got it corrected. So I'll give some credit to Iowa State maybe for cleaning up their mistakes.
Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call line. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame in our Iowa Smokehouse line. Who's on the line?
Hi, it's Jared.
Jared?
Jared. I just want to make a couple of comments about the passing game.
Okay.
First of all, whatever happened to the play action fake? That I would just decide that we're no longer going to do play action fake? I mean, there was very little to no play action fake. You know, this running game that Iowa seems to have, you would think play action fake would be a hell of a good game plan, wouldn't it not? That helps get your downfield passing. I saw no real double moves. Whatever happened to quick slants? There is no real the slow mesh thing, 2 plays, and they ran them both times. And then they did an RPO that he threw over the middle or threw, but it was incomplete. There was just no real. It seems like Iowa has gotten away from the traditional Iowa passing game. You know, the play action fake. When was the last time anybody seen a good play action fake?
I thought they were setting up for it, Don, early. You have some comments on that with all the runs on first down. I thought they were setting up for a bomb on a first down, and it didn't ever really come.
Well, they commented during the course of the game. You'll notice now, this is Clot talking, I guess. He said, you'll notice now those safeties are creeping down, and those corners are more isolated now, and you can expect Iowa to try to take a shot. He did say that.
But did we never in that first?
I realized that Tim Lester's a new coordinator, but it seems like run, throw, run, throw. It seems like the same old pattern. And the last 5 years, the one person's in common with that is Kirk Ferentz. So is he allergic to throwing 5 yards, past 5 yards down the line? You know what I mean? It just seems like there's no setup to anything deep. I didn't see any post routes. I didn't see any in and outs. We didn't see anything. It was just bland cross routes or whatever. Iowa has thrown for 131 yards in 2 games. Who are you going to be doing that? That's 70 yards a game. Who is Iowa going to beat?
Albany.
But that kind of passing attack.
Albany.
That's it. And UMass.
You wanted the answer. I'll give you the answer. It's called Albany.
I'm not saying Kirk Ferentz has to go, but I think at some point in time, people need to really take a look and say, okay, new coordinator. How many offensive coordinators is it going to take for Iowa to get, more than 150 yards in one game?
Well, I am for one, and again, maybe I'm just as dumb as everyone else because I drank the Kool-Aid to some extent preseason. Now I'm going to give them longer than 2 games in year 2 of Lester, but this was a big loss. I mean, this was a game that they just needed to win, find a way to win. I didn't care if it was 16-13 Iowa. They just needed to be on the winning side of it because, hey, they have a couple of very winnable games ahead of them to kind of figure things out. This one hurts them. So I get the frustration.
I think what I would really need – I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir. I think what I would need to do next week against the incompetent, inferior team is just come out and just throw the ball. Just throw it. Just throw it 50, 60 times.
You mean kind of like we did last week against Albany?
Yeah. Well,
you're going to have better plays than what we had for Albany.
Well, I hope you can get more than 40 passing yards against UMass than you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to come out and Iowa has to come out and show us that they can throw the ball because otherwise the big boys, Penn State, USC, Indiana, and all those guys, they're going to send 8, 9 in the box all day, every game, all day long. And you cannot run it for 100+ odd yards every game. You're doing that.
Well, I agree with this. We're not switching to UMass yet, but I'll agree with this, sir. They better not come out against UMass and exert their will on the ground like they did against Albany last week because we just want to get out of there. Right, Don? We just want to get out of there against UMass.
Better find a way to set up our passing game.
Yes, they've got to use that
play
as an opportunity to figure out the
play action fake. I mean, we're talking all these running backs Iowa has, and all that, the great running game we had last year, and we still had 5 losses and multiple shutouts against top tier teams. At some point in time, you do have to mix up a type of, play action fake to me used to be Iowa's playing call. You know what I mean? It used to be something Iowa did really well. Now they just don't do it at all. No bootlegs, no play action. Just move the point of a throwing attack. Now, today he did get out of the pocket and threw some, but that was more out of desperation than anything.
Well, thank you.
I'm glad you said that. Let me make this point. You remember at one point in the second half, Mark took the snap and almost immediately moved outside the pocket. Remember that? He bought himself all kinds of time. We had a nice completion. I forget who we threw it to, but the point was, don't leave him just back there in the back of that imaginary pocket. Move him if you can. And it was simple. It was simple enough. He just took the snap and started sprinting to the left.
Is it possible that we're talking about our Big Grove's big play of the day, 22-yard reception to Jacob Gill? I'm pretty sure that's the same play you're talking about, Don.
I think it might be.
Yeah, that's our Big Grove big play of the day. I was struggling to find the big play of the day, Don. That was with 13-13 left in the third quarter, but I say it's the big play of the day because it was Iowa's one explosive play and one of just 2 total in the game. And you're exactly right. He rolled left, and I thought Jacob Gill was solid today, but that was there were moments in the game like that play where Iowa looked solid passing the football, but it was just few and far between. And it's almost like it feels like Iowa's in this weird place right now, Don. And I even say the same thing about the Albany game. And this one makes more sense today almost because, Iowa felt like their best chance was to run the football against that 3-man front and wear them down. And I think in general they did. The problem was they got down 10 and the interception hurt them drastically. But it feels like they're in a weird place right now, Don, where they want to run to exert their will, but they need to figure out a way to get rhythm in the passing game. And if they just run because they feel like that's their best option, I don't know. Are they not giving Gronowski and these receivers opportunity enough to get rhythm, momentum? You know what I'm saying? Am I totally off on that?
That's funny you mentioned that. I remember one time I was given 2 different quarterbacks equal opportunity. So I told him, I said, okay, you've got the first 4 snaps. You've got the next 4 snaps. And then after that scrimmage, I heard from one of those 2 quarterbacks, Coach, I have a hard time getting in rhythm with just 4 snaps. I said, well, here's the bad news. We typically only get to use 3 of the 4 snaps. Because if you got 4th down, we have to punt. So you better figure out how to complete a pass on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down. In other words, you can't have the luxury of just staying out there until you get warmed up. You got to be going on the field ready to go.
Yeah.
And mentally, you got to be ready to hit passes right off the bat. And my point is, you shouldn't feel like you have to work yourself into being effective with your passing game. You warm up on the sideline and you're mentally ready to go.
Okay.
And your point's well taken. It does help you to get into a rhythm if you got a good mix of run and pass.
Well, I talked about preseason, Don, and I guess I was wrong on a couple of counts because I said preseason. I thought there would be games, or just 2 games in, but I thought there would be times this year where Iowa would have to throw to open up the pass. Right now, based on what we've seen through 2 games, it doesn't look like Iowa's ever going to have to do that or ever going to choose to do that. They ran the ball effectively after the first quarter, but yeah, I just that's why I said against UMass next week, we better see a concerted effort to get the ball downfield through the air. Even if you can, line up and, 10 yards in a cloud of dust.
Against a team like UMass, we should have a few more waste downs than what we had today too, right?
Yeah, what did you think about Iowa's lack of usage on waste downs today? I thought there were a couple that Iowa passed on, and I don't know that the one was 3rd and 1 in plus territory. I thought it was probably 4 down territory, and I believe they ran with Mark. And I don't remember if that was the possession where they scored a touchdown, but they did have probably a handful of waste downs downs plays where you could argue they're waste downs, at least 2 or 3. And again, knock on wood, they didn't even attempt to take advantage of waste downs. And we spent plenty of time talking about Brian Ferentz choosing not to take advantage of waste downs. But how much of that do you believe is Kirk in those situations on a critical down?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact situation that you're talking about.
Well, I texted you on one of them. Because they were coming out of a timeout. It was 3rd and 1. And I texted you. I said, this is a waste down because this is 4-down territory.
Yeah.
And I believe
fourth quarter, you think, or fourth quarter?
No, it wasn't fourth quarter. May have been third. No, probably was second quarter done.
Let me take you back.
It been the drive where they ended up scoring a touchdown. So that's why I say, like, we look back and say, well, they scored a touchdown anyways. But that's one example of they did have some opportunities on short yardage situations to take a shot, and they just chose not to.
Corey, maybe you have a better recall on this than I do, but I want to ask you this. 3rd and 2, this is in the third quarter. We burned a timeout on 3rd and 2. Remember that?
Yes.
My comment was, hope we don't need it later.
I said the same thing.
And as you know, when we received
and Mark was very quick.
Mark
was very quick. Whatever he saw on 3rd and 2 that he didn't like, right away he turned around. If we're talking about the same timeout, it was the first timeout burned. Was it the first one or the second one?
First one.
Yeah, he turned around.
I'm sorry?
He turned around right away to the official. Right as soon as they basically broke the huddle and got set, he was like, yeah, I don't like it. And he called the timeout. So.
Okay. It wasn't because the clock was low.
It was not because of the clock. Absolutely not.
Well, that's interesting because typically, if it's a critical down, short yardage, and you don't have the alignment you want, you still got something you can check to, so you don't have to run a timeout.
Yeah.
So maybe there was nothing available. Incidentally, one reason that I'm frustrated, there's some pass routes that give you a chance to run out after the catch. You know what I mean by saying that, Corey?
Yeah.
Drive routes are an example. Drive routes are a route for an inside receiver where he's driving hard across the formation, running away from the man coverage. And, of course, you put the ball out in front of him. He catches it with a little bit of luck and full stride. He's able to run out with the ball. That's how a 5-yard pass turns into a 20-yard gain. Same thing would apply to slants. Same thing would apply to dig routes, in routes, if you will. If you can hit receivers that are on the run, then when they catch it, they have a chance to go with it. Or the other possibility, of course, is just get the ball to those guys. Maybe it's a back. Maybe it's a receiver like number 21. You've heard that expression, just getting the ball in space and let him run. We haven't been able to get that done either.
He must not be I know we've seen him in Kids Day and we've seen him a little as a receiver, but he must really be poor running routes and being consistent as a pass catcher because, he's got exceptional speed and he's pretty good. I mean, it's not like he's prone to fumbling. He doesn't exhibit that on special teams. He's a guy that you would think Iowa would be able to utilize as a weapon more on offense, but we've been saying that for a while now.
Well, that brings up a good point. One of our longest games, it was actually the second longest play for us today. 15 yards, you might remember, to Sam Phillips.
Yeah.
The bad news for Sam Phillips, he was targeted once today. Jacob was targeted 8 times. Nobody else targeted more than twice.
You got to get Sam Phillips the ball more. He's dynamic enough with the ball. You got to get him the ball more than one time.
Well, what made me think of Sam, of course, is because Caden has the capacity to give us big plays after the catch. Short throws turn into big gains, maybe for Weechin and for Phillips. But we got to find out by getting them the ball.
Yeah.
Giving them a chance to run. And maybe it's TJ. Maybe it's, one of the backs.
Big Grove's big play of the day, wide receiver Jacob Gill with the one explosive play, I should say, early in that third quarter. And Iowa came out really solid in that third. Came out with field goal drive, could have ended up with more, but the 3-and-out followed by the field goal drive, and it began with a 22-yard pass play to Jacob Gill. All right. Want to give a big thank you to RTI Threads. Folks, if you've not shopped their store, the perfect segue from Jacob Gill, because Jacob Gill is an official RTI Threads athlete. You can shop all of the RTI NIL brands, including Aaron Graves, Zach Lutmer, Carson Shire, and Jacob Gill. They're bringing their styles not only to the field, but also to your closet, partnering up as part of the NIL cause. Visit rtithreads.com and either use the /Gill, the /Graves, Lutmer, or Carson, or you can just do rtithreads.com/NIL. You'll find the links to all of their lines in our description. RTI Threads, official partner of Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson, right here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. All right, let's go to our next caller. We got Nate online. Nate, thank you for calling our Iowa Smokehouse line.
I just want to talk about the game. Disappointed. I don't, like Kyle said at the beginning of the show, I don't like the people saying in the chat about everything being on Mark, because it's not everything is on Mark. And also I wanted to say that I think Mark had plenty of opportunities, and then people say, well, then it's Tim Lester's fault. Well, I just don't think it's all Tim Lester, because Kirk has to tell Tim, well, you can't run this because we don't want to be that aggressive during the game. So I think you have to put it on Kirk here. I think Gronowski had the opportunities. The wide receiver drops was a huge factor. Seth Anderson had a couple. He didn't play his best game today. And
Jacob Gill did have a drop.
And obviously you talked about it. It really hurts losing Addison Ostrenga, because besides, obviously Hayden Large has a lot of experience just playing football at Iowa, and then Ortworth has a little bit, but there's not much experience behind him in the tight end room.
Fair, yeah. Yeah, and Hayden Large has worked a lot as a fullback, not a ton as a pass catcher, so that's a fair point. And Don, I remember when Big Ten Network visited Iowa as part of their annual fall camp bus tour, they made the statement that Addison Ostrenga, at least that day, was Iowa's best pass catcher. And so for him to go down, and I don't know if he got hurt. Did he get hurt on the deep throw? Because they did take one shot early in the game, and it was to Ostrenga. Probably should have gone to his outside shoulder, if I'm remembering the play correctly, and it fell incomplete. But was that the play he got hurt on, Don? Did you notice?
I'm not sure. I didn't make a note of exactly when he was hurt. I knew he was out for the game, but I didn't. Wait a minute, I didn't see it. Let me find it.
But Nate, I agree with you. Tight end play. We thought maybe we'd see an uppage in tight end usage as far as pass offense is concerned, and I felt like they tried too early, but losing Addison hurts you in that category.
Yeah, it's kind of the latter part of the first quarter. She was good on a 27-yard field goal. Now it's 6-0. My next entry is a stringer out with lower leg injury. So it was in the first quarter.
Another thing that I've been saying ever since fall camp and what you've been reporting on, I've always thought since the beginning of the season that Shaheed Barrows should be starting over Deshaun Lee. And I know Deshaun, he bounced back, but that deep ball he was guarding the guy, and also he got away with a holding call. I think it was in the second quarter on a possible deep play. And I like TJ Hall. I think he's a clear cornerback 1. The uncertainty of cornerback 2 will it'll just be an uncertainty all year, I think, especially against the good teams that have good receivers that can make plays down the field. I just don't know. There's not a certain cornerback 2.
Yeah, Shaheed Barrows, I thought the same thing during the game. I'm like, man, we haven't seen Shaheed Barrows. He's a guy who came in out of the Missouri Valley, Don, and I thought he's got a chance to be one of their starters. But it's apparent that Phil is most comfortable with TJ and Deshaun, and I thought TJ did play pretty well today. Seemed like maybe he had one of his better games given the opponent. But, and again, Nate, if there's one thing I'm not going to complain about too much, it's the fact that Iowa didn't really get burned by an Iowa State receiver. They had the one long play to Eskildson in the first half I believe that was Deshaun Lee, that side of the field. He had a couple of plays. There was a play in that fourth quarter, Don, or was it third quarter, where Iowa had backed up Iowa State up against their own goal line. And part of that was because it was a stupid play by the Iowa State kick return guy, number 35, calls for a fair catch and then lets it bounce. And another guy fields it. So it ends up being downed inside their own 10. That was dumb.
Yeah, -3, I believe it was.
Yeah, and so Iowa State got out of there. And if TJ Hall kind of had it looked like he was playing outside leverage, Don, but he failed to make a tackle. It might have been third. It was either second or third down, gave Iowa State a first, and then they moved the ball, flipped the field. Well, that was a big series. But in general, Nate, I'm not too upset with the corners. Don, how did you feel about – I know you felt like TJ played better. Deshaun Lee, we saw a little bit of nickel at times with Jalen Watson on the field.
Yeah, I'm assuming Watson's our third quarter right now. Would that be true?
Yes.
That's disappointing in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just two quick things and I'll let you go. Number one, the defensive line, I was not impressed at all. We have some veterans on the line, including Jonah Pace, Max Llewellyn, Ethan Hurkett. And to be honest, besides that one sack that I think it was Llewellyn got, and I mean, I'd say we got some pressures at times, but we just couldn't get to the quarterback. And I don't know the status of the Iowa State offensive line, but I just feel like we could have pressured the quarterback.
Officially, we had 3 sacks.
Yeah, three sacks officially, and I don't know how many QB hurries were in there. I thought Jonah Pace really did a nice job. Number 91 did a good job in that first half, Don.
That was a wonderful play he made out in space.
Yeah, he did a good job.
But, yeah, I mean, I was hopeful that Iowa would be able to get home a couple more times. But, I think K-State got home 4 times officially. Iowa got home 3 times. I don't feel like that was the big issue today. I didn't feel like lack of a pass rush was the big issue today, Don. I didn't feel like pass coverage was the big issue today. I felt like the big issue was the slow start and the lack of explosive plays in the passing game.
And you couldn't even say either, Corey, that we did a poor job of tackling them today. You didn't see that many missed tackles, did you?
No.
Then last thing before, talking about the QB position, I think Gronowski is the clear-cut number 1 guy. I don't think anybody will argue with that. But I mean, you think back, these last couple of years, when Iowa, the 2 times they really went to a different quarterback were Alex Padilla in 2021 and Brendan Sullivan in 2024 last year. And, it worked. I'm not going to say that Hank Brown or Jeremy Hecklinski is going to be different, but, it could work. I don't think Hank Brown would be a necessarily good option because he's not going to be able to run like Gronowski will be able to be because he's a pocket passer. He has a big arm. He won't be able to run out of pocket and stuff like Gronowski would. But all I'm saying is I did comment on one of your videos about how I would like to see Hecklinski play a little bit maybe against UMass instead of Hank Brown.
Well, Nate, we appreciate you calling in, sir, and we'll talk. I just called the kid sir, but that's good. Nate, you're growing up. Good for you. Thank you for being here, Nate. We always enjoy hearing from you.
Thank you.
Just have it done.
Here's one alarming observation, Corey. We snapped the ball 63 times today on offense, and 16 of them involved Mark as a ball carrier, one way or the other. A fourth of our plays had him being tackled with the ball.
Yeah,
that's a concern.
Well, and I want to say this. I never thought about like now or before, like that never crossed my mind that Iowa needs to insert a different quarterback. I do want to know why he's standing back there scanning, and then having to evade. Like, is it most often than not receivers not getting open? What is it that's causing that? Besides just, Iowa State rushed a few and and it was just difficult to find spots. But this is also week number 2, Don. The same thing happened down the stretch of the Albany game when he did throw. It's not like pass protection was ever bad. I think the offensive line has played pretty darn well through 2 weeks, and that's in spite of injuries to Dunker. Now it sounds like Stevens is dinged up, injury to Bryce George. They've played pretty well. But at the same time, like I have the same concern you do. Mark is a tough quarterback. It's one thing I respect the heck out of Mark Gronowski because he is a tough quarterback. I mean, I don't want to compare him to someone like Spencer Petras because that's not fair. But that's the type of quarterback we're used to seeing at Iowa in recent time. You could not be more different if you're Mark Gronowski. And he is a running back when he decides to run. And that is refreshing to me. He's just got to figure out what's going on down the field, why they can't push the ball down the field. But other than that, and it is a big that, but other than that, I enjoy watching him play even through some of the struggles here early because of how tough he is and his ability to make plays with his feet. But I agree, he took a beating today, and he took a beating last week. You know, when you run that many times, he's getting as many runs as the running backs are. So
here's one of my disappointments talking about the running game, Corey. You might be surprised by this. Who do you think had the best rushing average today, Iowa or Iowa State?
I would guess Iowa State did, just because
ever so slightly, 3.5 versus 3.4. But the point is, we ran the ball 39 times for 131. They ran it 30 times for 104. They actually had a slightly better average than we did. You know, during the week, I made the comment, I'd like to think, if I wanted to be really optimistic, we'd run 5 yards a carry. I mentioned 5 yards a carry. Now, that was a lofty goal, I'll admit. We only averaged 3.4. But 5 yards a carry on 40 attempts would have been 200 yards. And I did mention during the week, I said, it's not critical that I'll say it this way. Just because we outrushed them doesn't mean we're going to win the game. Last year, we outrushed them by 115 yards. But here's what I said. I said, not critical that we outrush them, not critical that we outpass them. That's not realistic. Probably won't outpass them. But what is critical is that our total offense is at least in the ballpark with theirs. Well, today our total offense was in the ballpark, but we had no edge on turnovers. We had no edge on penalties, I don't believe. We had no edge on field position, I don't believe. If anything, we had worse field position, I think. The bottom line is that they kind of beat us at our own game in a way. That's typically how we've beaten them, is not make many mistakes and win a low-scoring game. And in the last 2 years, they've done it to us.
Drew, thank you for the super chat. Drew K in the chat, thank you for that. Much appreciated. Also, James Rowden, thank you for the donation. And I'm just going to read James Rowden's comment that he made on his Venmo donation. He says, and I quote, hopefully a Hawkeye wins the Powerball tonight so we can buy some players this offseason. So tongue-in-cheek there, but I'll laugh at that. Drew K, also thank you for this super chat. Going to disagree with Kyle. He says Gronowski did not play well. It's hard. It's because there were facets of this game that, you know, Iowa probably they would not have been in the game if it weren't for Mark Gronowski's legs. But the reason they lost the game, 2 big reasons: the interception, a lack of ability to hit a play over the top, and some of that's play calling. But like down the stretch, that last drive, you hate to be in that situation. Don, those plays just broke down. You take a couple of sacks. That last play on 4th down didn't even really give his receiver a chance at that ball. What happened on that final drive collectively?
Well, the first down play, the TV copy wasn't very good. It was zeroed in on Mark scrambling around, and you really couldn't tell what was happening downfield. It wasn't a wide shot. So I don't know if there was any better option on 4th down. Obviously, you got to put the ball down the field because the clock at that point was really against us too. But the bottom line, we took that timeout in the 3rd quarter, and then we took a 2nd timeout to ice the kicker, I guess. And now we start the last drive with 1 timeout. Well, good luck driving the length of the field and with 1 timeout.
Yep.
And limited time.
Now, they didn't need the length of the field. They're only down by 3. And
Well, you're right. You're right. We just got to get in field goal range, and let's face it.
They couldn't move the ball one time.
Well, that's a good point, though, Corey. Maybe that's part of our. Maybe that was part of our problem. Maybe we were just thinking in terms of getting in field goal range, and maybe we were thinking too much about trying to score a touchdown at that
You got to
point.
get a first down before you can think about a touchdown. You got to get one first down. You know.
Well, we threw the ball on first down, as I recall. We picked up 5, and Clapp made the comment, well, you don't have the luxury of just dumping the ball off time and again because you're running out of time. And he's right. But the point is, throw the ball, as we talked about, throw it to a guy running a drive route or an in route or a slant. Give a guy a chance to catch it and run with it. That's the point. We didn't have many opportunities after the catch. Even when we caught it, we typically, the exception was that 22-yard gain. How deep was he when he caught that ball? I mean, he might have run with it as many as he had when he caught it. Maybe he caught it for 11 and ran for 11. I know he ran for a while with the ball.
And by the way, I
on the 22-yard.
Yeah. By the way, I didn't mention this earlier, folks, but our RTI Threads player of the game, you may have seen that was posted on social media. So it was Jazz Patterson. Again, sort of like the conversation about the big play of the day. I had a hard time with this, Don. But Jazz kind of helped them get back in this game. 5.5 yards per carry on 11 attempts. And you can make the argument maybe he should have played more early and had more than 11 carries, Don. Is that an argument you could make?
Well, I consider his average was clearly the best, 5.5 yards a carry. Yeah. The guy that was really short on yardage on production only had 5 carries, but it was TJ. 5 carries for 8 yards.
Yeah.
Now, it's simplistic to just strictly look at the numbers because maybe a lineman got beat and the guy was in his face and he had no place to go. Or maybe it was all short yardage. Some of those carries, of course, are a lot different running the ball in short yardage than it is in long yardage. Because let's face it, if you're running a draw play on 3rd and long, yeah, you gave up 5 yards, but you still got off the field. You know, as a defense, you got off the field. So it's wrong to assign too much value to the yards per carry.
Right.
But it is some indication of how you run the ball.
Yeah, TJ had a hard time getting space early. And again, that was just the first quarter as a whole. I mean, he got most of if not all of those carries in the first quarter and just struggled to get separation. And then they went to Xavier and then they went to Jazz. And finally, it was at that point, whether it be because at that point the offensive line was starting to exert their will on that defensive line, or it was the difference of Jazz maybe being a little bit more crisp in those cuts. Don, what does he, with him being our RTI Threads player of the game, what does he bring that's unique? It seems like he, packs a punch. He's always looking for contact. But give us an idea of what makes him a different runner than the other two that are healthy right now.
I like him because he's how do I say this? He attacks the defense. He's going to make his move on the run, and he's not going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out where to go next. You know, all his decisions are made when he's heading down the field, and his pads are low. He'll get a few more yards after contact than the average guy, just because he carries his pads low, and it's not easy to get him on the ground.
Jazz Patterson, our RTI Threads player of the game. Let's go back to our call line, our Iowa Smokehouse line. We got Doug here. Doug, welcome to the show.
Yep. It's not 1997 no more. Can't just walk into Ames, put 63 points up on the Cyclones, I guess. But
well, it'd be nice to get it'd be nice to get 16 points. 16 might have won the game today. If they'd gotten 16 first, maybe they'd won.
That's what I thought. Again, in Klein, or the Colorado former quarterback who does the color commentary with Gus Johnson, said Kirk always goes for the points. I was just like, they need 17. They need 17 here. And it seems like they played for a field goal on that in the third quarter and tied it up. But
Iowa State did as well. And that was it the second quarter, Don, where Iowa State played it conservative. And on 3rd and 9, I think Rocco Beck just ran the ball. Or am I getting that mixed up with the fourth quarter? I don't think I am. Right? They ran the ball to make it 13-3. Am I correct in saying
well,
that?
Let's see. Yeah, they had 13 at the half, right?
Yeah, one of those, they ran the ball. Rocco just ran the ball, got it in the center of the field. and that was basically it. They were pretty conservative on third down.
They out Kirk in a lot of ways. They played that's an Iowa State-Iowa game, and
It's fair.
And I told you on Monday, it's going to be field goals. There was one touchdown for each team. And
it is a good point. That's the first time I've heard somebody since the game ended say that, Don. But in a way, Iowa State just beat Iowa at their own game today. They limited mistakes, with the exception being the punt thing, but they got a big interception. Normally that's Iowa doing that.
Yep.
They had one short field.
Yep, they played with the lead. They didn't go over the top much, but they ran the ball when they needed to. Rocco didn't really make mistakes, any big mistakes. The one mistake, the deflection, they managed to deal with that, and it actually turned into a positive play. And they won on special teams.
Yeah, teams. Yep, that's what I was going to get at too. I thought I thought 21 played a pretty bad game, actually. Weegan, right?
I agree. I agree. I think it was probably one of his worst games since being a starter.
I was almost put someone else back there. Well, again, they made a really dumb special teams play with the ball bouncing off the kickoff. I thought that was about grab the damn ball, But
why are you calling a fair catch, Don, and then not catching the ball?
Yeah,
that should not happen. I started last weekend on the part of someone too. I can't remember who, but you're not. I mean, you're not doing your job as a special teams coordinator if that happens.
Yeah.
I think they played better, and they're well coached. I don't think they don't have any more talent than Iowa does, but they're like I said, this Iowa State is not the same Iowa State. Now they would probably be 7th in the Big Ten if they were in the Big Ten. And I just told them that I'm more scared of Indiana's as good, but we play Indiana at home. I mean, that's what hurts, because this is a game. If you want to accomplish something, you have to win. If you want to, it's hard to get 10. I mean, we can still get 10 wins.
A very slim margin for error, Doug. I said that to my buddy on the way home. It leaves a very slim margin for error, because now you're in a situation where you can't lose to USC, you can't lose to Nebraska, you can't lose to Indiana, and if they even want to sniff at
get Oregon at home,
that's what I'm saying. So does. And again, people are going to laugh, because whenever you're in the moment, you're like, why are we talking about playoff? But they're not out of the playoff. So I'm going to bring it up, because that's to me, you're playing for the playoff.
That's what you do a lot. We just
It's week 2.
The
goal's not behind us. It's week 2. I'm not going to start talking about the Little Caesars Pizza Bowl. All right. Keep talking about
the reason I'm smiling, Corey, everybody says if you finish the year 10-2, you're in the playoffs. Well, that means right now, virtually every team in the country is still got a shot at the playoffs.
That's correct.
Right?
That's what makes
nobody's got more than 2 losses.
And that's what makes the month of September so great. But the reason I brought it up is we can debate this. We don't need to spend a lot of time in week 2 post-game show talking about it. But if Iowa ended up 9-3, and one of the losses was to Iowa State, they lost respectively to Oregon, respectively to Penn State, they would be in the conversation. Now, the good news about losing today, it wasn't a conference loss. So could you potentially sneak into the Big Ten title game? Unlikely. But at 9-3, 2 losses in the conference, sitting at 7-2, that's my point. If they lose to Oregon, Penn State now, just to get to 9-3, they have no margin anywhere else. They have to win every one of those games unless they steal one of those games at Penn State.
Tough. At USC, I don't see us. I see going to LA as one. I see going to LA is tougher than
I see going to Nebraska as being tough. I see
I know everyone. You were saying, hey, let's still have hope, but a lot of us are just going 7-5.
We all have hope because listen, like Don said, everybody has hope right now. The only teams that don't have hope are teams that are 0-2. Western Illinois, sorry, Don, they have no hope. They got their pants pulled down yesterday by Northwestern.
I know.
I mean, that's one of the – I love you, Don. That's one of the worst programs in Division I right now, and they just are. They're horrid.
Yeah, I'll just remind you, we were ranked number 1 in the country a few years ago.
Well,
I was ranked number 2 a few years ago.
Yeah.
I have to ask my dumb question, which somebody in the comments will say, "Yep, you're dumb, Doug." But we were talking about the last drive with 152, 1 timeout. That's what we had. They did complete a pass for 9 yards, got a false start, went back to second.
That's true.
So
Good point. Yep.
So my point was, I was all ready. I have a dumb question. Please don't hurt me in the chat for asking. We have an offensive coordinator here. He'll answer this question. At that point in the last drive, is the running game just completely out of the question with 152 and one timeout?
With one timeout, I'd say yes.
Okay.
On 2nd and 1, I don't think it would have been. On
Well,
2nd
no.
and 1, you can run the ball because you get a clock stoppage at a first down. But
the clock only stops until the change are moved, right?
the problem is 2nd and 9. What do you do there? Do you risk running and having to burn that last time out at that point? And
No, you got to throw.
Yeah, that false start hurt them a lot.
Yeah, I thought they wouldn't have got that false start. That's what threw him off. It seemed like Mark got all not right when he got the false start. Because second, wherever he was second, they were maybe second, fourth, or they had a good field and they got a false start, and it just seemed like that was troubling.
Here's one that comes to mind. I'm talking about 2 minute again. And you got all kinds of people that are deporting coverage. I'm talking about last minute. Don't lose sight of the fact that a screen pass always has a chance because they're trying to pressure you, right? And obviously a lot of people are down the field. So if you can dump the ball off to a back and get some lineman in front of him, that can turn into a big gain or two. And as you work your way downfield, of course, maybe you get out of bounds as well, whatever.
And real quick, before handing it back over to you, Doug, I just want to think, because we're getting pretty old here in the super chats. Blake, thank you for that super chat. It's much appreciated. Also, Leeds, he says we kicked field goals on 4th and 2 twice, one on ISU's 12, again on ISU's 18. Gone for it on either one of those.
Well, the way the third quarter was playing out, the more obvious one would have been the second one, where we kicked the tie.
Yeah, because they had that momentum in that third. They came out really.
Yeah, the way we were moving the ball in the third quarter, it looked like we had the momentum. That we actually, I'll say it this way, that stadium was pretty quiet.
Yes, it was. And they had 3 and out. They forced the 3 and out defensively.
Because it looked like the tide was turning in Iowa's favor.
Correct.
And
Kirk's always don't take the points. So
yeah, so at that point, obviously we don't have great confidence in our short yardage ability to gain 2 yards. And we have great confidence in our kicker, and it was just a chip shot for him, of course. But I was afraid it wasn't enough. Yeah. All we did was tie him up. Yep. And the beauty of going for it, if you do hit 6, that gives you a chance to be 7, and now you're up by 4.
Yeah. I think they score a touchdown on that drive, they win. I think
they
win. Yep. Because then it would have required Iowa State to somehow get to the end zone.
Yep.
Okay. I hope this is actually a smart question, because I know that it was brought up on the broadcast, and you guys have already talked about. And Gill had 52 yards receiving on the day on 5 catches. If you take out the 22-yard pass, he has 30 yards on 4 catches. There was at least, you say 8 targets. There was at least 4 targets where he wasn't at the sticks. Why would you throw that below the sticks?
There were a couple plays, at least twice, Don, where they threw short of the sticks on 3rd down. Why are you throwing short of the good point?
Why?
Don, why are they throwing short of the sticks?
I remember a flat route by Gill. He needed 5 to gain 4.
Yep.
Well, first off, you shouldn't be that short on the route. I put a little blame on him for being a little bit anxious to cut it off a little short. Then beyond that, it was not a great throw, and he had to be a little bit out of bounds just to catch the ball. And by then they were on him. We didn't hit him in full stride type thing. It was a little bit low. He had to bend over and commit to just catching the ball. And at that point, he wasn't in any position to advance it. And so they were on him in no time and tackled him short. You're right. So if you're not beyond the chains, you better be on the chains. And now if you're on the chains with a good throw, you'll have a chance to lean downfield and have your first down probably. But it's a cardinal sin. Don't be caught a yard short. And we were. Not once, but twice maybe?
Yes, twice.
Yeah.
Well, I think Anderson had one too.
Yeah, just a little better awareness of what we need. I think the receivers in both cases were a little bit short. And with an ideal throw, we'd have been fine, but maybe the throw was a little bit off. They were compromised just to catch it, and then they couldn't advance it.
Anything else, Doug?
No, I'll let the smarter people talk to you guys. But No, just think this one hurts. Iowa State's a winnable game every year. They're not, I don't care. The Big 12 is not that good a conference, but they're all happy. I have to deal with them. I live in Ames. It sucks. So, thank you, Don. Again, these 16-13. I want to see some offense. I knew it would be a kicking game. Gotta get some touchdowns. Just I don't know. I hope we do well in UMass, and I hope things turn around when we play UMass a little bit offensively. I think defense is doing well, right?
Yeah, in general, the defense has been okay, right, Don?
Well, one complaint would be you got to force a few turnovers here and there. Incidentally, the ball that came out, that was our linebacker Harrell that got the ball out, right?
Okay.
Remember the play? And a lineman fell on it for them.
And that was down. That would have been excellent field position down in Iowa's plus territory.
Yeah. And then, here I am. I'm always talking about tip passes end up in the hands of the defense. Well, there are those rare exceptions, and we have one today. Just a little bit of luck on their side. The ball could have carried off in some other direction, and then we have it. Maybe we even run it back for a touchdown. Game over. But it didn't happen.
Blake, thank you for this super chat. He says, Iowa is not that bad. They just proved it. A lot of room for improvement. Yes, just like every team, they lost. Take it in. Use it. As a fan and team member, neither team looked amazing per standards. Well, it's looking at it glass half full. It is a difficult loss. Momentum, I think we can agree on that, Don. It's a difficult loss momentum-wise, not just because it's a rivalry game, because it was close. It was winnable. This is not – Oregon and Penn State could end up just being not winnable games. I mean, we'll see. I hope that's not the case. But they're at home. But they come out in those games, they could get beat badly. So
Oregon and Penn State both look like
the games that will
contenders for the national title.
The games that will determine whether Iowa's even in the conversation for a late flyer in the college football playoff, those games heading into the year were Iowa State, USC, Nebraska, Indiana. Those were the games, right? Assuming you take care of business in the other ones. So far they're 0-1 in those games. You go 0-2, you lose another, and that's basically all she wrote. I mean, it would be very difficult if they lose to another team. It's going to be very difficult even if they beat all those other teams, assuming they lose to Oregon, Penn State, to be in that conversation. But I do appreciate that positive approach, Blake. Thank you for the donation. Connor, thank you for the super chat. Connor, this is a coaching issue. Every quarterback, wide receiver to come in after 2019 looks worse than when they came in. Different offensive staff, Connor. And Don, you're shaking your head. I don't know
how Connor can make that statement because I'm pretty sure Connor didn't have a good idea of what they were like when they showed up here.
Yeah, I don't know that Spencer Petras was any worse in 2012 than he was in 2020. I thought he was pretty poor. I'm sorry. That sounds really bad. I thought he was well below average FBS quarterback every year he was at Iowa. He wasn't good in 2020. The run game was better in 2020, but Spencer Petras was not good in 2020. So, but I know that's a common narrative in the Kirk era that quarterbacks regress. And I don't know how much truth there is to it, but these are different offensive coordinators and different quarterback coaches. So
right.
Unfair to make that judgment to this point. We're also 2 games in. Obviously,
yeah. I would just ask the fans, it's okay to react. Just don't overreact. Right. It's a long season. Let's see how this plays out. We have no doubt we're going to be back on track next weekend. And then the real question would be, can we go on the road and beat Rutgers? And then if we can get that done, maybe then we're in position maybe to pull it off against Indiana.
Well, they have to. These are, again, if we're talking about the goal being to win 9 games, because that's where I had them preseason. That's where I had them preseason was 9-3. They have to beat Rutgers. They have to beat UMass. They have to beat Indiana. You don't drop any of those.
And Indiana will be a challenge, and who we can, Rutgers will be a challenge too.
On the road against that Greg Schiano defense, sure. I have no doubt that that's going to be a challenge, especially for an Iowa offense that's had its ups and downs already. So
yeah, my perception of Rutgers, I didn't watch that game closely. I was more impressed with their offense than what I thought I would be, but I was disappointed with their defense. It's not often that Rutgers gives up 31 points, but they still win the game, right?
Right. All right, let's go to our next caller. Before we do that, RWL39, thank you so much for the super chat. Very much appreciate this. Kirk's overt conservatism gives us the best chance to win with the rosters we are able to construct. However, it's hard not to believe that these rosters suffer from the media attention and fan disgust with these same decisions. Well thought out comment, Don. Very conservative approach. I'm not going to, not just today. We understand this is Kirk, but it was a very conservative approach basically all day. And when it doesn't work, there's going to be a lot of disgust. There's going to be a lot of attention on game planning and play calling. And yeah, the buck stops with the OC, but it also stops with the head coach. And it's consistent.
It's hard not to believe that these rosters suffer from the media attention and fan disgust with these same decisions. I'm not sure what he means by that. To me, the media has been pretty fair to our football team. I think in general they're supportive.
I guess what's the question? What's the thing that he's putting into question here when he talks about?
I was thinking he was saying the negative media affects all these young minds that are playing on the football team. I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't mean it that way.
Maybe he's referring to some of the praise that the media, especially the Iowa media, not anybody specifically, but we love to when Iowa gets a new quarterback, whether that be Cade McNamara or Mark Gronowski, he's going to just save everybody. He's the second of Brad Banks. So maybe that's what our commenter here is referring to, Don, and that sets up failure. I could see that argument. I mean, I'm not going to blame the media on Mark Gronowski's performance to this point, and I don't think Mark Gronowski would ever do that either. And I wouldn't blame the media for Cade McNamara's performance, but yeah, it's all part of pressure. It's part of the, transferring in as a guy who you're going into an offense that has suffered and been bad in the passing game for a long time. And you're coming in as a very successful national champion quarterback. You won this National Player of the Year award at the FCS level. So, but yeah, good comment. Appreciate the donation. Very much appreciated to the show. Let's go to our Iowa Smokehouse line. We'll add in Trent. Trent, welcome back, sir.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, I have a lot going through my head right now. I still feel sick to my stomach. I had Iowa State winning, but at the same time, you just always hope Iowa's going to win this game because it changes the trajectory of the season. I think I said that last week, and it always has. And
well, is it possible? Can they overcome that, though?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Well, if they can't overcome it, then you're right. But now their job is to overcome it. But I hear you, Trent.
Right. So a couple things just on this game, and then I want to talk just a couple long-term Iowa things here before I don't want to take up a bunch of your guys' time. Rocco Beck doesn't need to throw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns every game to be the quarterback that he is. That dude commands respect. That's one hell of a quarterback, guys. I can think back to when Iowa had those type of guys. I'll go back to 2002, watching Brad Banks. I mean, Heisman runner-up. Dude was amazing. And then I go to Drew Tate right after that. All that dude wanted to do was win football games. And then I'll go Ricky Stanzi and CJ Beathard in 15. Outside of that, we haven't had an elite quarterback, and it's really starting to show. There's chinks in the armor everywhere. I'll give Lil Nate, I call him, a lot of credit when he called in here a little bit ago. The blame goes one way or the other. Is it we don't have the players, or is it the coaches? You got to make your mind up. And if you say it's a combination of both, then I'm putting my blame on the coaching staff. And if that's the case, then Beth Getz has a hard decision to make at the end of this season.
Don, do you think Beth Getz will have a hard decision to make at the end of this season? I don't know.
I don't know how it's going to play out.
She's not making any decisions, Trent.
Okay, well, Tim Lester signed a 2-year contract, and there was no contract extension, right?
I guess I don't know the terms of his contract. You're saying he's only locked in for one more year?
This is his last year. He signed a 2-year deal when he signed on at Iowa.
No.
So if
we got 10 games in front of us.
why would you keep him?
Well, we got 10 games in front of us, Trent.
Okay.
Yeah, it's too early.
I mean, I get what you're saying, brother. I do. But we got 10 games in front of them. And it's the second year of an OC. I'm surprised at that. I don't pay attention to contract. I know Kirk's contract goes through 2029. I really don't pay attention to those things. Maybe I should. But Beth Getz isn't making any decisions. She's not making. First of all, she's not going to be making any decisions on Tim Lester, if that's the implication.
No, she's not. But
it's also not talking about getting rid of Kirk Ferentz, who is going to have broken the Big Ten record for wins.
Yep, he is against UMass.
He get against UMass. That's correct.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to be doing it against UMass. That's fact. That can't be changed unless they want to lose to UMass so they can do it against a Big Ten team. They could choose to do that as well. But
sure, they could. I mean, I'm not sitting here trying to be funny, Corey. I'm really not. And I know. And here's the thing, too, Don. Were you with Hayden all the way through his tenure at Iowa?
Yes.
And this is no disrespect to you, man. Like, no disrespect to you. I watched you guys tear it up for a long time. I'm old enough to remember the late Hayden days. And this is no disrespect. I mean that sincerely. But this reminds me a lot of the end of Hayden's career. I mean, you guys went 3-8 the last year. And
do we really think this team is going to go 3-8? Do we really believe that, Trent? I mean, do you think this team?
I think they might go 5-7 or 6-6, Corey. I believe that.
If they go, listen, I'll tell you what. If they go 5-7, I think Kirk may just call it quits.
I think too.
If they go 5-7, I think he may just call it quits. I don't think that's going to be Beth Getz. That may be Kirk.
Yeah, Trent. I've talked about this before very openly. I don't know if I've done it on your show or not, Corey, but either on your show or on the other show I do on Monday mornings. But I've acknowledged it's not easy to sustain a program when the head coach is getting older. And the example with Hayden, in the 80s, of course, our staff, we had the best staff in college football. And
you did.
And showed. But in the 90s, as Hayden got older and approached his retirement, there were coaches like Barry Alvarez that thought, I can't be the coordinator at Iowa. I've got to think about going somewhere else. Well, 1 year to Notre Dame, and then he's the head coach at Wisconsin. Takes Dan McCarney with him. Bill Snyder says, I'm frustrated to not be a head coach. I'm going to K-State. So we lost some great coaches. And it's just difficult to keep guys. Now, I will say this. Kirk's done a good job keeping them. I guess a critic might say, well, just because we're paying them like no one else will, and it's hard, they're kind of hard-pressed to leave because they're well compensated for the job that they do. But the bottom line is it's hard to win as you get older in your coaching years because you lose good assistants. And they're ready to be head coaches or coordinators, so they go somewhere else. And you can't blame them for doing it, of course.
No, I totally agree.
The amazing thing, of course, is Kirk has kept his coaching staff together primarily. He's made a couple of changes here and there, but not many. And we are blessed to have Phil Parker on defense. And even though our fans might not feel like it right now, I still think that Tim Lester is going to prove over the season that he is an outstanding offensive coordinator. Maybe he hasn't proven it yet in his first 2 games, but the proof will come out over the course of the season, I do believe.
And I do stand by what I just said, Trent. If Iowa goes 5-7, I would not be shocked to see Kirk walk away because that would almost be an indication. I could see that being an indication to him that this is getting to be too much. I'll give you an example. And I can only speak in terms that I understand because I was, I'm who I am. But I grew up a big tennis guy. People that you may know that, Trent, if you watch the show long enough. I was a huge Andy Roddick fan growing up. So I watched Andy Roddick from his 2003 U.S. Open title to his 2009 loss to Roger Federer in the finals of Wimbledon. And I remember in 2012 when he walked away, and I've heard him quoted since 2012. I've heard Roddick quoted talking about when he realized it was time because he retired kind of young. He was like 30 or 31, and like Novak Djokovic is still playing. He's like 40, right? Roger played a long time. Rafa played a long time. But Roddick said when he played Novak Djokovic in the Olympics on the Wimbledon grass in the Olympics in 2012, he just got just pasted. Like he thought he played. After that match, he thought he played pretty well, and then he looked up at the scoreboard and it was like 6-3, 6-1, 6-0. And it was later that year he was like, "I'm done." And he just has said, he's like, "I just realized these guys are at a different level right now. I thought I played well and I got absolutely waxed." So I wouldn't be shocked if it gets to a point where Kirk is like, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if they go 5-7, is it feasible to think that maybe Kirk looks back and says, we lost some guys in the offseason, but we brought in Mark Gronowski out of South Dakota State. We were able to hold on to Seth Wallace, Phil Parker. We kept LeVar Woods, even though he, interviewed for this job with the Buccaneers. We had all this experience back on the defensive line. We ran the ball really well, and we still ended up 5-7. I could see him thinking that, and just thinking, this schedule just getting too much. This is just too much. This schedule, like these teams are recruiting with NIL and the portal at a different level. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just kind of playing land of make-believe for a second, Trent. But does that make sense? Does kind of understand where I'm coming from with that?
Yeah, 100%. And I think in the offseason, what really made me start to think was you had George Barnett interviewed for other jobs. LeVar Woods interviewed for other jobs. Liddell Betts interviewed for other jobs and left. Seth Wallace is going to be a great defensive coordinator and someday a head coach somewhere. There's just no doubt in my mind about it. I think Phil Parker feels indebted to Kirk. I don't think Phil's going anywhere, and I don't think he wants to be the head coach at Iowa. But, there's 4 coaches that interviewed for other positions during the offseason. They did that for a reason.
Fair enough, Trent. Thank you. Sir, anything else to add?
Just one more question for Coach, because he's an analytical guy. So the third quarter, Iowa has that one long drive, right? That's the only time they touch the ball in the third quarter, I believe.
Okay.
They go down. They have that. You get to a 4th and 2. You're down 13-10. You're at what? In between the 20 and 25, wherever you're at.
We were on the plus 18.
Plus 18. Okay. What does analytics say about going for that?
Well,
thanks, Trent.
Good question. There's a thing called, I can't remember what it's called even, but anyway, there is a company that has those stats. They can tell you 4th and 2 in the last 10 years or 20 years, whatever, in FBS football, chances of you converting on 4th and 2 are 24%, whatever. To me, that number doesn't mean anything really, because it's all about assessing your chances versus that of the team. And clearly it'd be a lot different against Ohio State than it would be against Albany, or for that matter, against Iowa State and Albany. So my point is, I don't think it really matters what the numbers would be. What matters is the game situation, as we already discussed, and knowing how good their kicker is. If we just can tie it up, they got a kicker that's got a big leg, and the beauty of going for it and leading to a touchdown would be a 4-point lead is one hell of a lot better than a tie. Because a 4-point lead, there wouldn't be any excitement about that last field goal he kicked. There'd be excitement about whether or not they score a touchdown. Now that's provided that we can convert. And you've heard me say before, Corey, sometimes fans always typically want you to go for it. But here's the other thing to realize. 4th and 2 on the plus 18, we convert. Then we got 1st down on the 15. But what if we got 4th and 4 on the 7 a little bit later? Now what do we do? We got to turn around and kick anyway, right?
Yeah.
So my point in converting, unless you want to try to convert and fool them with some kind of play action pass into the end zone, that's a different ball game, because that, when you call that play, we're either going to convert and score a touchdown, or we're going to have to turn the ball over right here. That's a little bit different, but in general, you get my drift. Just because you gain the 1st down does not mean you're guaranteed to do anything other than turn around and kick a field goal all over again, and you risk not making it too. So it's complicated, but I do understand. There's a compelling argument to go for it on 4th and 2, even though you have a chance to tie.
I agree.
Of course, if you come up short, people are going to say, why in God's name didn't he kick it? But the truth is, even if you tie it up, which we did, there's no guarantee we can maintain that until the end of the game.
All right, let's go back. Go ahead, Don.
Really coming, Corey. But at that moment, it appeared that Iowa had the momentum.
Yep.
And that made it a little more logical just to kick the ball.
Why does that make it more likely to kick the ball?
Because we had momentum on our side. We had the wind at our back. And as you pointed out, the wind has shifted a little bit to the west out of the northwest.
But we're talking about the 4th and 2 field goal try?
Yeah.
Well, at the momentum, go for it. Go for the win. Play to win.
Right. But when you acknowledge we might fail on 4th and 2, or another scenario, we might make a first down and then have to turn around and kick it again 4 downs later.
Yeah. No, I get why it's not an easy decision to make. The argument can be made. Go 4th and 2.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
The argument to tie it up is we tied it up and we still have momentum. We just gained a little more momentum by tying it up.
What was the third down play? Because was it a 3rd and 2 or did he run to make it 4th and 2?
Let me check. I probably got that.
While you're doing that, I just want to make sure we've got our next caller in the queue. But I want to thank Scott Jensen for the super chat. Focus on UMass. Was mediocre today. And some of these comments, I have to say, I did kind of giggle at. Jay says, I think Iowa didn't want to open it up today so that UMass doesn't have film to study. They're saving it for the UMass game. Anyways, I thought that was kind of funny, Don. But thank you, Scott, for the super chat. All right, Don, what was 3rd and 2 prior to 4th?
And the previous down. Okay. We did convert on 3rd and 2 on the plus 29. You might remember the play. It was a play action roll at 9. We faked right, roll left. And it was a run option for a first down. I don't recall what we gained. Well, I can figure it out. We had 4th and 2 on the 18, so the line to gain was the 16. So that meant we started on that last series of downs on the 26. So 3rd and 2 on the plus 29, we gained 3. That gave us first down on the 26. And then 4 downs later, it was 4th and 2 on the 18. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what our 3rd down was. I can't remember, Corey. I didn't write it down. So I think we probably gained a few yards with a run, I think. Yep. I don't believe we had 3rd and 2.
Okay.
Your point is that was a waste down opportunity too.
Well, no, it wasn't because it wasn't. No, it wasn't, Don, because Kirk didn't view it as 4 down territory because he kicked a field goal on 4th and 2. So no, 3rd and 2 was not. It would have been for me. It would have been for me, Don, but not for Kirk. Blake, thank you for the super chat. Also, Iowa ran better today with Jazz Patterson than Xavier Williams. They should split time. Williams looked better versus Albany, but clearly Jazzy and Patterson is better. And that's not even bringing up the fact that neither one of those guys started the game. That was TJ Washington who started the game. And we also know how long Kamari Moulton will be out, Don.
There was one particular snap. I don't even know how many carries Xavier had. But there was one snap that really bothered me a little bit because he was very tentative. I don't know if you remember the play. It was some kind of inside run, and it looked like he was just kind of creeping along.
Xavier or Jazz?
No, I think it was Xavier because I was surprised.
Okay.
Because Xavier's the guy with the big thighs, of course.
Was it the slow?
Jazz is never tentative, I don't think.
No, Jazz is a wrecking ball, Don.
Yeah. That's the thing I like about him.
It wasn't the slow mesh.
No, it wasn't the slow mesh I was thinking of.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that super chat, Blake. And then also Mike with the super chat. Deer in the headlights on those last plays from the quarterback. Not acceptable. I know you said you have to go back and look at the game film, Don, but just give me your thoughts on those last 3 plays that Mark ran. 2 sacks and a incompletion to end the game.
Well, one way to look at it as a quarterback, if you're fundamentally still in the pocket for a long time, right? He got sacked in the pocket.
Yes.
Right? So the only negative about sitting in there for the longest time is at some point you can't really, you're threatened on right and left, right? Yeah. You're threatened all over the place. So you really can't, it's not easy for you to identify the nearest threat. You might be threatened immediately right here and right there too. The beauty of getting out of the pocket is now at least you're running away from some tacklers. You know where the threat is. The threat's back where you came. That's the argument. If you can get on the move, you're better off to be on the move.
Right.
At some point, you got to find a way to escape the pocket. Because if you just sit there, you're oblivious to threats all over the place because you're just a sitting duck.
Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. And Lance, thank you for becoming a new member here on YouTube. And folks, you'll see the message across the bottom of the screen. You can become a member here on YouTube and get select premium information. Sometimes you'll get some informations on. I don't want to overpromise here, Don, but we've had some releases on injuries and some newsy items over on the premium board on YouTube. But you'll also get select early video releases, and you'll get a shout out whenever you're in the chat. So, Lance, thank you for being here, being a part of the show, and being a premium member. Thank you for joining. Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse line. We've got OS for Hawks with us. Welcome to the show, sir. Thank you for calling our postgame show.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. You hear me okay?
We got you loud and clear.
I just wanted to reiterate what I said last week before Don came on, and I just wanted to say thank you, Don, for all your expertise. I really enjoy listening to you because you are a football mind, and I think you bring a lot to the table to this forum, and I appreciate it a lot. Second thing is I do have some experience myself. I just became a member of the Medicare Nation this month. My birthday is Tuesday, so now you know how old I am.
Welcome to the club for those that are already in it.
Yeah. I just wanted to say I wrote 3 notes down in the first half of the game, and this was before our touchdown scoring drive. And I just want to throw them out here quick. 3 drop balls that were dead on target in hands in that early part of the game. I also wrote here, we need to take more shots downfield.
Yep.
And then my third note, wide receivers are not getting open. Now, I'm just saying those are the notes I wrote down.
Were you there, though? I mean, how do you know the receivers weren't getting open?
Well, no, I wasn't there. I was watching on TV. So this is my observation from TV.
But you can't see the receivers. You can't
Well,
see
some plays you can. So whatever.
I don't know. I'm just saying you could be right. I mean, you could absolutely be right. Because that's kind of a question we had last week, especially in quarter 1. Well,
I have to say, I have to believe with all the experience that Mark Gronowski has, if receivers are open, he's going to let the ball go. I don't think that he's going to hold it and not throw it. That's all I'm saying.
He did have one where he missed Sam Phillips. Mark was rolling right, and I have to wonder if maybe Mark.
I saw the same play. Phillips was wide open on the left side of the field. Yeah, I know the play you're talking about. Yes,
didn't go. So that's one play that comes to mind. But
right,
without going back and looking at game film, it's hard to just say.
And then the one other thing earlier when we were talking about the defensive line, we brought something up. According to the statistics that I've seen on my phone right now, we didn't have a single sack, according to what I have on my phone.
We had 3.
Yeah, it shows Iowa State had 3. I'm not seeing that saying the stats I have.
It says sacks by. There's 3 listed. I'm sorry, you're correct. You are correct.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Iowa State had 3. We had nothing.
Okay, well then.
Yeah, we had nothing because that's why I was bringing that up because I didn't think that I don't think we were performed poorly on the defensive line, but I don't think we brought really any pressure. We had a couple pressures, but we had no sacks. That was just a point that I wanted to bring up. And then I also wrote down here, Jazz ran with some fury today. I thought it seemed to me that Jazz had a little more passion about running the football than anybody else did today. I don't know.
Well, he normally runs with that fury.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm like Don and like Nate who called in earlier. And I'm glad you corrected us on that sack question because Nate said earlier he didn't think Iowa's defensive line played well enough. 0 sacks is not enough. Casey got home 4 times the other day. So, that is a concern. But,
yeah. And I thought that DBs played very well today. That's one thing on the defense that I thought we gave up that one long pass, and let's face it, that ball was thrown absolutely perfect to was it Kelson or whatever his name is? That fade route. That ball was. If that ball wasn't thrown perfectly, it would not have been completed. So.
Yep.
Yeah,
but I agree with you, and I agree with Nate. The defensive line has to be better, and I am surprised Jazz Patterson has fallen down the depth chart. It's just odd because remember he didn't get. I know Caleb dominated the carries last year, but Jazz was way down on the depth chart beginning of last year as well. So it's not like just the new running backs coach. Jazz seems to play well when he's given the opportunity. So you wonder if there's other stuff going on off the field that keeps him from being higher on the depth chart. I don't know. But when he got his chance today, he made the most of it.
Yeah. And Ostringer was hurt on that very first throw to him. He came up lame immediately.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I wanted to bring up, the replay got shown over and over and over on TV on that muffed punt. And they basically, it came down to because the call on the field was muffed. Now, Klatt on the broadcast kept talking. They showed it again several times, and it looked to me like the ball just barely grazed the wrist of I can't think of his name from Iowa State. If that's true, it didn't graze the wrist, then it was the correct call.
Yes. You had to remain with the call on the field. You just had to.
Yeah. Well,
I will say that's a hard one, Don. That's a hard one, and I'll just bring this up real quick. Isn't that a hard one for officials because you want to err on the side of letting the play continue. You want to let it play out because if they blew the whistle, then they can't go back and say, it was actually a fumble, but because they blew the whistle, they blew the play dead. So you kind of have to err on that side. You see what I'm saying? So then you go back and say, well, we called it on the field this way because we wanted the play to play out. So I thought when they were taking so long to review, I thought they're looking at yardage.
Yeah, if you make a quick whistle, then if you're wrong, then you really compromised.
So that's why but I think it was the right call. I did look like, even from our seat there in the stadium, that it the wrist or the hand.
There was one throw that Rocco made that was a very lateral throw. Happened to be thrown toward our bench.
Yep. And it bounced out of bounds.
Yeah. On TV, that looked like it was almost perfectly.
I made that comment because it was a third down. It was
close enough. It should have been reviewed.
It was like
that's my opinion.
And I said that ball went out of bounds. I'm like, was that a backwards pass?
I am very surprised that it did not get reviewed. It was that close. That kind of shocked me when I saw it on the broadcast when they showed the replay, and that did.
I would have made it big. What happened on that drive, Don?
Can't recall.
Okay.
I don't know. Going back to the muff punt, though, I had one question for Don, and this just what is the ruling on in that particular situation? Were getting blocked, but at the last second, the blocker kind of jumped off. Is that close to being catch interference, or was it not, or on that particular play? Because I wanted
you're right. He was
your
getting
information.
Our cover guy decided to try to escape inside, and that's where the ball happened to be, was inside. So I could see where Iowa State would be saying, now, wait a minute. The cover man cleared our blocker and escaped to the inside, and then he ran into our punt returner. He interfered with our punt returner's ability to play the ball. I could see where they would argue that, because it's honestly, I was a little bit surprised that they would say, well, he was getting blocked. But he escaped the block, truthfully.
Yeah, it looked like he left the block like a half a yard before the receiver came up for the ball. So it's like he cleared just almost like an instant before. So I guess my question is that how that would be ruled? I mean,
the easy decision on the part of the officials is the blocker's engaged, the blocker runs him into the kicker. I'm sorry, to the return man.
Right.
Well, clearly that's not the cover man's fault, the blocker's fault. So the ball is, he's not going to be flagged for running the return man because he was blocked into him. But that wasn't the case in this case. I could see where they had a good argument that the call was wrong. They could argue that.
Well, I didn't have anything more, gentlemen. I appreciate you taking my call. I just wanted to say I don't think I can call in next week because my best friend's son is getting married and I have a wedding in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Unfortunately, at like 2:30 on Saturday afternoon of an Iowa game. Why brides choose to plan weddings on Iowa football game weekends, I don't know. I know that I'm just kidding. Bride discretion, I understand. But
maybe their original plan was to get married today and they backed it up a week just because it was Iowa State.
no, I think it's more so that the groom is actually a pilot. So yeah, and they need to. This is a weekend that they could do it. But anyway, you gentlemen have a great weekend and go Hawks.
Incidentally, Corey, there was a pressure for sure by Aaron Graves because it actually forced a bad throw. I don't know if you remember the play. It was on a 3rd and 2. God, there were a lot of short yardage critical to Answorther. I lost your sound.
Yes, there were. Sorry about that. Yes, there were. I don't remember the play specifically, but there were a number of 3rd and shorts. And unfortunately, that drive that ended in a field goal, the game-winning field goal, Iowa State was 3 for 3 on 3rd downs on that last drive.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to check right now. I don't know how many pressures we had. Let's see what the stats say. You want to guess?
How many pressures? I'll say they had 5 pressures. What does the stat sheet say?
Quarterback hurries 1.
What?
Iowa had 1.
Wow.
And it belonged to
Pace?
Aaron Graves. That's it.
So what about those Jonah Pace hurries early? Those weren't officially quantified as.
Well, I mean, Jonah made a great play in the open field. I believe he held it to a gain of 1. No, maybe that was.
I thought he made a couple.
I thought Carson Shire played a good game.
Yeah,
I saw him several times.
Yes.
And the other guy that impressed me was Pace. It was early in the game. I got to find it. Here it is. 3rd and 7. Great hustle play by Jonah Pace. It forced a punt. They dumped the ball to running back out in space. Jonah redirected, went out there and tagged him downfield for a gain of 5. Left him 2 yards short. That was a nice hustle play for a D lineman. You don't see that very often.
Okay. We're going to take one more call, and then we have to take a brief sponsor break. So let's go to our caller who's been on hold for a long, long time. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Patterson, our Iowa Smokehouse line. Who's calling in?
Hey, this is Pat.
Hey, Pat. Pat?
This is Pat. How are you guys doing?
Hi, Pat. We're good. How are you doing?
Good. I've got a compliment, a comment, and a question.
Okay.
Compliment to the Iowa State defense. The ability for them to stop that attack of Iowa was impressive, holding them to 13 points. Then comment, head coach not going for it in 4th and 2 in the 3rd quarter. I think there's a reason for that. Head coach believes that's the best way to win. It's his style, and he believes in it. But Iowa didn't cross the 50-yard line again after that game. The reason he believes in it is because he thinks the other team's going to make a mistake and Iowa will win, and that doesn't work against good teams. There's evidence of that because they haven't won a game against a top 25 opponent in the last 5 years, Penn State 2021. And then question, is it possible that offensive coordinator Ferentz and Lester's offense that they've been trying to install is too complicated and it needs to be simplified for the average college quarterback? I'll hang up and listen to the answer. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Pat. That's a good question, Don. I mean, a comment on the 4th and 2 philosophy, but the Shanahan offense, what's being taught, is there an argument that it's too complicated? I mean, all we had to hear about under the Brian Ferentz regime is how it took a year and a half or 2 years for a player to learn that offense. So is this more complicated? And if so, why are they implementing it?
Well, I think it's safe to say our offense, realizing it's got a little bit of Green Bay in it, it's more complicated than the average college offense. I think that's safe to say. But I also believe our players are bright. The ones that need to be bright especially are bright. I'm talking specifically about our quarterbacks. The huddle calls are they're longer than they used to be. I'll make that comment. In the old days, we would signal plays in. I did make the comment the other day. Thank God for the new helmets, so you can talk directly to the quarterback. Because if you had to signal all the call in, you'd end up being in trouble with the clock a lot because the calls are longer. Now I say that's when we're using motion. You didn't see a lot of motion today again. So obviously, if you're not using motion, there's less communication to be made. Or if you're not jumping the formation, you know what I mean when I say jumping the formation, Corey? You're lining up in one formation, and then you're jumping to another formation.
You told me there'd be more motion today.
I was wrong.
Why? Why wasn't there more motion?
Maybe concerned about crowd noise, I guess. Maybe. I don't know.
But we didn't see much last week either.
I know. You're right. Weren't you surprised? I fully expected we'd get more motion.
Yeah. I don't think about it in the moment as much as you do, but now that you say that, it's like, yeah, we didn't see much of any today.
Yeah.
Folks, we're talking about Iowa's 16-13 defeat at the hands of the Iowa State Cyclones. We have James, Vincent, Alex, Austin, and another Alex all on hold. So hang with us, hang tight. We'll get to your calls. We'll get to your comments. If you want a comment specifically addressed by Coach Patterson and I, you want to ensure that happens, simply throw it up as a super chat, and we'll make sure to get to it. We do want to take a moment to thank RTI Threads, one of our fine sponsors, and this is their website. I'll share my screen so everybody can see it. This is the website, folks, and this is their lineup of NIL athletes, and there's several Hawkeye football athletes here involved, including Jacob Gill, Aaron Graves, Zach Lutmer, Carson Shire. And folks, if you don't follow me on social media, you might want to do that because we launched this week a special feature. If you're following me on social media, and of course you're a fan of the show, you know high quality gear that RTI Threads produces, and these player specific apparel lines, merchandise, all of that. And we're actually giving away a quarter zip by none other than Zach Lutmer. And so we're going to be doing giveaways throughout the year. Be sure you're following me. Here's one of their half zips, the official Jacob Gill half zip. And again, you can win merchandise by following me, following RTI Threads on social media, but you can also purchase yours and support the causes of each of these players. 4 different players on their list: Jacob Gill, Carson Shire, Aaron Graves, Zach Lutmer. 4 starters. I thought Zach Lutmer played really well. You mentioned Carson Shire, Coach. Jacob Gill was by far the best receiver, and Aaron Graves is the one guy who had a quarterback hurry. So this website is RTI Threads, and I use the /NIL to find this screen. And then you can simply peruse, look at the different apparel lines for each of these players: T-shirts, hats, stocking caps as we get down to colder months, mugs, etc. And you can customize as well over at rtithreads.com/NIL. All right, we are back here talking about, unfortunately, Iowa's defeat at the hands of the Cyclones in the annual Cy-Hawk game. Let's go to our next caller. We got James, who's been on hold. Don, did you have something to go ahead, Don?
I do have one thing to say, Corey. Let's just address the 4th and 2 again late in the third quarter. If I was in Coach's shoes, based on the way the game is going, I would have done exactly the same thing. Okay. I would have tied it up, and I would have felt we've got momentum. We're going to beat them down the stretch. we need to tie them up before we move ahead.
Yeah, I didn't really have an issue with it at the time. Hindsight's always 2020, right, Don?
Right.
It's
It
always
is.
2020. So I didn't have an issue with it. I understood the decision. And if it was 4th and 1, do you change your decision, Don? Maybe.
Well, we did sneak the ball once. I think we had 1 yard needed there, and they were lined up to really defend those A gaps. And to Mark's credit, he slid outside the guard into that next little seam and easily picked up the first down. I'll tell you why I say no. Let's talk about this. Let's go back to Ohio State and Texas. Remember the play on the goal line when Texas got stuffed?
Yeah.
There was more than one D lineman lined up in the neutral zone on that play. Go back and look at it. No flag.
So in other words, you're saying you don't want to put you are a little bit gun shy when it comes to quarterback sneaks. You've talked about this.
Well, if the D lineman line up in the neutral zone, they got a chance to stop him.
Yep.
Ohio State proved it against Texas. But there absolutely were a couple of linemen that were clearly lined up in the neutral zone.
Okay. Well, so 4th and 1.
Go back
Would you have done it on 4th and 1?
Today?
Yeah, today.
I'd have probably kicked it.
On 4th and 1. Okay.
Because as we've already discussed, who's to say we might not have to kick it 4 downs later anyway?
Yeah. Okay. There you go, folks. People probably won't agree with that, Don, but that's
I
everybody.
understand that, but again, based on the way the game's playing, at that point, did you have a lot of faith in our defense? I did.
The only problem I have, Don, the only issue I have, and this would have applied even if Iowa scored a touchdown, although you're up 4 instead of being tied. So Iowa State would have needed a touchdown. The only issue I have with that is Rocco Becht has proven time and time again that he's good for
Right.
getting his team in a position to win late. That's the only issue I have with it. Like, I was still nervous about them taking a deep shot. They never really did, but I've just seen it too many times. Rocco, including the Cy-Hawk game last year, Rocco leading his team down the field for either a game-winning touchdown or a game-winning field goal, and he did it again. So that's the only issue I have with it, Don.
Yeah.
So, but I understand one point.
How far did they have to drive on that last drive? You remember when they took over?
Iowa, where they took the ball, Caden returned it to, I think, like the 18-yard line.
No, I'm sorry. How far did Iowa State drive on their game-winning drive?
Quite a ways, because it was a punt, correct? I think it was a punt inside the 15, wasn't it?
37 plus 49, incomplete to Gill with a dig. And I think we punted after that. So I think we punted from the plus 49. So they were backed up a lot, weren't they?
Yep. And they just methodically went down the field, burned a lot of clock, got them in field goal range, and Conrady struck it through.
I'll look for that while you're doing something else, because I do have the play-by-play here. I'm curious how far they drove.
Yeah. Blake, thank you for that super chat. Can we be honest? Game ended how we expected, could have gone both ways. Thank you for that super chat, Blake. Thank you for being a premium member. James, welcome to our Iowa Smokehouse line.
Yeah. So first thing I want to say is, like, I've been watching Iowa for like 27. Well, I guess I can remember like 24 years, probably, since I can remember right. Some of them before I can't remember right. But I've been watching Iowa for 25 years. You've been watching Iowa for a while, Corey, right? If I can tell you that stack the box, man to man, the wide receivers, and that's how you're gonna beat them. If I know that, how do they not change anything? I've been watching them for that long. You get what I'm saying, though? Like, I know that's how you beat them. Like, make them like Iowa State did. You just play them at 10 yards, make them run 10-yard routes. They're not going to beat you deep, so you just make them throw it short and just keep. At some point, you're going to need to stop them because they're going to run it so much, and you just stack the box, and that's all you got to do. And then you play man-to-man on the outside. Like, good teams, obviously, not like Albany won't be able to beat them like that. UMass probably won't be able to beat them like that because they ain't got the DBs like that. You know what I mean? But, like, in Iowa State, a Big Ten school, Big Ten teams like that should be able to have DBs where they can just go one-on-one the outside and just stack the box in the middle, and it ain't going to matter.
Yeah, the bottom line is, Donna, can we agree on this? If Iowa can't win one-on-one battles this year, and I thought they'd be able to on the outside at some point, If they can't win one-on-one battles, or Mark's not willing, or I was not willing to call plays for receivers, because, yeah, they had plenty. Like Sam Phillips had plenty of one-on-one matchups today. If they're not willing or they're not capable of winning those battles, forget the offense evolving. Forget it. Just forget it. Receivers got to get separation, Don. You can't constantly run through a loaded box, right?
Well, here's what people might lose sight of. People always say versus press man. Well, you got to win over the top. So you see a lot of incompletes thrown on fade routes, right? But there are other routes to run other than just fade routes. If he's going to press up on you, I'll give you a specific example. You'll find this interesting. We were playing Arizona over in Kinnick years ago. They had a great cornerback. I think he was like the fourth guy in the draft, something like that. High draft pick. We won the game at the end of the game with a check that we ran because they were pressed up. We didn't know if they were going to do it. We checked the white 5 X-ray. White 5 X-ray is X and Y cross, 75 X and Y cross. Damon Gibson, the little short receiver that can run and jump, he's lined up in split end. That All-American corner's lined up on him, pressed up on him. The one thing that I can't think of the name of that corner, high draft pick, top 5 pick in the entire draft. Damon beat him on that play, but here's why he beat him. Damon came off out of his stance and went directly down the line of scrimmage. Didn't go downfield a yard. Meanwhile, here comes the tight end on a drive route. And guess what? The quarterback has to divert around the tight end who's looking back for the ball, incidentally. It's a rub route, but it's a rub route that people don't see because it's happening. David Gibson's running right down the line of scrimmage. He's not going to win with any kind of depth. He's winning with width. He runs across the formation, catches the ball on the line of scrimmage, and goes in the end zone for the winning touchdown. That was at the end of the game. That happened. So my point is, we got to be a little more imaginative with what to do. We used to never run white 5 X-ray until then, but we knew we got to beat an All-American corner, so we're not even going to go down the field a yard or two. He thinks he's positioned to take us on. What he never expected is we'd run right down the line of scrimmage. Actually, maybe behind the line of scrimmage a little bit. So we didn't win by running a traditional drive route, maybe where you're 2, 3, 4 yards downfield. Because if you do that to him, he's fast enough, athletic enough, he might undercut the route and might intercept it across the formation. But we forced him to bubble over the tight end, and at that point, he couldn't even do it. Somebody's going to call in, tell me the name of that Arizona corner. It was such a great player. It was in Kinnick. We didn't play Arizona very often, but we beat them that day in a very low-scoring game. We beat them because of white 5 X-ray. True story.
James?
Also, we were talking about receivers getting open. There was one play in particular that they panned out the camera and they showed where Hayden Large was wide open. I don't remember what quarter it was in. It was either second or third quarter, where it was like a rollout to the left, and Hayden Large was wide open. Like, the dude fell down, he was wide open, and Mark just didn't see him and threw it out of bounds. So it's like, you can't say that it's not people getting open, because I get panned out, and you could see literally him.
Where was that, and at what point in the game?
It was like second. It was either second and like 5, second and 6, or like third and 6 or somewhere. You would have been like, he would have got it though, the thing, because there was nobody behind him. He could have just turned around and got the first down because he was right on top of the line. If that makes sense. So like, he would have just thought he could have turned around and got it pretty much because there was nobody there, because the dude fell down if he would have threw it in time. But he would have was wide open, and Mark looked that way. I don't know like how he looked obviously, but like Mark was rolling that way, so he should have been able to see it, and he just chucked it out of bounds.
Okay. All right. Well,
it was at the beginning of the second quarter. Tim King said it was at the beginning of the second quarter when he was rolling out. Hayden Large was wide open, and like, I don't know how he didn't see him or nothing, but like, he could have caught it and turned, at least ran for a couple more yards, and he just chucked it out of bounds.
Well, that's all going to be stuff that gets seen on tape. I know people, it doesn't help you now, but hopefully that will help them moving forward. I mean, I think the bottom line is, I see all these comments in the chat as we're talking. If Iowa doesn't figure out the passing game, Don, they are not beating Penn State or Oregon, and they are not winning the rest of the games on the schedule. They're not going to beat USC plus Indiana plus Nebraska plus Wisconsin plus Rutgers. They are not, plus Michigan State. They won't. Because somebody will get them. Somebody else will get them. So at a minimum, they're going to have 4 losses at a minimum if they can't get this pass offense figured out. As well as the offensive line is playing, and even if the defense stays really good, and they were pretty good today, that schedule, they're at least losing 4 games. And there have been years where Iowa had a chance to win 10 to 12 games with no offense because they're so good on special teams defense. Not anymore. Schedule's too tough. And, so anyways, anything else, James?
Yeah, and then I got just a couple more things. First off, defensively, I felt like for the way Iowa State looked against South Dakota, and I understand South Dakota's not a Big Ten school, but for the way they looked against that team, I felt like the defense played better than I expected them to. Like, Carson Shire was really good, right? The DBs made some plays. Obviously, they got some, like, Deshaun Lee got a big catch on him. But, like, for overall, I feel like they played really well and gave up 16 points, and that gave you a chance at the game, right? If your offense played better, it would have gave you a chance to win that game, right? So that's a benefit and a positive, I feel like, looking at the perspective of, like, if we can get some stuff figured out, the defense looked good, at least, in a game like that.
I would agree with that.
And then one more thing I got is, and I know we're not thinking about this obviously because it is, but also I think we kind of got to think about this part. It's like how this affects recruiting, how, like, we say Phil is such a great defensive coordinator, such a great DB guru, and I've said this before, but, like, yet he can't get a lot of guys that want to come here from the portal, right? He can't get guys who want to come play DB in the portal, right? And, like, maybe he trusts his guys in TJ, Deshaun, Jalen Watson, right? Which I understand that too, but, like, sometimes you need better leadership. You might need a better guy, and they can't get guys at some positions they're supposed to be good at. They can't get other tight ends. Maybe they didn't go after tight end because they like Ortho Stringer, right? I can't say that wholeheartedly, but they're usually pretty good at running back. They're usually pretty good at tight end. They're usually pretty good at corner, and they can't get guys at that position.
Well, it's possible. I'm not saying that, I think there is a case to be made that sometimes the best guys in the portal aren't going to come to Iowa for 2 reasons. One being other teams are offering them more money.
Yeah.
And 2 being Iowa refuses to guarantee a guy a spot, a start.
Yeah.
Like Shaheed Barrows is a good example. I don't think they probably guaranteed he would start because here he is. He's 2 games in, and has he seen the field at all?
I haven't really paid I can't see the other corners sometimes, but, like, when they make plays, I don't hear him. I only hear Deshaun Lee. I see Jalen Watson creeping down the slot, but
Shaheed Barrows has not seen the field at all unless he's been on special teams. So that could be part of it. Don, why can't Iowa get better players out of the portal at corner, at tight end? These positions where Iowa's, produced a lot of NFL talent. Could it be that?
Well, I think the perception among the coaches maybe is we need, we're stronger on defense. We need less help on defense. If we want to spend money, we feel like we need to spend it more on offensive players. I have no idea how the money's being spent, but some of these guys are getting more than a scholarship, I'm sure.
No, for sure. It's just interesting to me because they say how he's such good of a DB coach, and I feel like obviously it takes steps before, but sometimes I feel like there's years, even last year, yeah, you had Jamari, but there's years where maybe, like, if you can get a more top-notch guy at corner, maybe that can kind of trickle down to, like, okay, he's the leader, we kind of can follow him. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I feel like there's not a guy really that's, like, anymore where it's kind of like a guy to look at on this defense right now, where it's a guy to look up to in the back end, right? I mean, X has had his ups and downs, right? So, like, there's not a guy really that's like, oh, we can look at this guy, we can kind of follow how this guy goes day by day, or like how he prepares for games, right? There's not really that. I feel like it's all just they had to learn and grow from experiences of playing. They don't really have like a leader that, like, has been there, done that before.
Yeah, I get that. And you know what? For everybody ripping on Mark Gronowski, don't throw the towel in yet. I'm not saying they're going to accomplish the goals that they set out to accomplish, namely the playoff and competing for a Big Ten title. But this does not affect them in the Big Ten title race. And they're not out of the playoff race either. As difficult as the schedule is, if they get in on a roll, that run game paired with an effective pass game could be really, really effective. So I don't know how far off they are. They're definitely closer than they have been. I think we can probably agree with that, Don, because they have a competent quarterback and a competent play caller and a competent offensive line. Those are things they haven't had.
Right.
They have that right now. So the passing game has not been good. But if it turns the corner at some point, sooner rather than later, this could be a pretty good team still. So, James,
I'll say one more thing. Sorry, you kind of brought it up with me when you're saying the run game. One thing I find always weird, it kind of is like how they distribute it. Where like I understand Terrell Washington's probably the best receiving back out of the group we have that's at least healthy. I don't know what they think of Kamara, but at least that's healthy between like Xavier Williams, him, and Jazz, right? Like between them guys, he's probably the best receiving back, right? But like also, especially in a game like this, and I know somebody brought it up earlier, but like Jazz has been there, done that, and I don't understand. I'm not in the building every day. I don't know if Don gets it because he's not in the building every day, right? But I know he does some analytics stuff and stuff like that. But like, why does it always seem like Jazz, even sometimes like always gets like not that many opportunities, but then when he does get opportunities, he looks really well or really good in some opportunities, right? It's like he should get more opportunities then. Why does it seem like whenever he does get opportunities, he looks good a lot of times, but he doesn't get those opportunities?
Don, why is Jazz Patterson not getting more opportunity early in games?
I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're not privy to practice. I might be at practice once a week, but I don't see all the work that the guys do. And obviously the coaches are paid to play the best guys the most. And it is a little bit mystifying as to how the depth chart changes at certain positions. Running backs, probably the biggest example of that, I guess. We simply don't know what happens in the other 6 days of the week.
Yeah, for sure. But we'll see how it goes. And hopefully our offense can look a little bit better against UMass. It's a team that they should have no issues with, but we'll see how that goes. And I'll talk to you guys later. And make sure you guys leave a like. I know it's tough to lose to a team like that. But at the end of the day, one thing I've learned from coaching is a loss is a loss. You just got to look at the next one. I don't really dwell on losses until the end of the year. Like once the season's over, then I'm like, dang, we probably should have that game. But I just flush it and go on to the next one. So I'm fine anyways.
Thank you for being here, James. Appreciate your call. Okay. All right. Appreciate the super chat. Blake, have to get going. Have a great weekend. Go Hawks. Thank you for being here, Blake. We do appreciate that. And he adds this super chat. We appreciate this one as well. Can we be honest? Game ended how we expected. Could have gone both ways. I think I hit that earlier. But again, thank you. Jed, thank you for the super chat here. Gronowski is a proven winner. In my opinion, he's not the issue. The issue is who he's throwing it to. Iowa has not had an all Big Ten wide receiver since McNutt in 2011. Amir Smith-Marset was all Big Ten as a return specialist. Yeah, and so was Caden Weegan, right? I mean, he was Jet of War. So they had one last year if we're going to count return specialists. I think Charlie Jones was probably that as well. But that's fair. I mean, a fair point. I think there has to be some grace given to Tim Lester in year 2. This was game 2 of year 2. Let's not mix him into the same boat as the previous regime. I know we all tend to put all those years and those seasons teams in the same basket, but I get the frustration. I think I still believe the receiver room has taken a big step forward. We haven't really seen that yet, but I need to see it. I need to see it. I can't keep saying I think that this has happened, and through 2 games we haven't seen it on the field. Don, do you still believe the receiver room has taken a big step forward?
Well, based on Saturday's performance, first 2 Saturdays, the jury's out.
Yeah, I agree. Jury's out still based on the performances.
Yeah.
So I'm still drinking the Kool-Aid to some extent. D. Rollison, which billionaire wants to fund an NIL team in Iowa? Cedar Rapids has a nice airport. Yeah, I can spell. Well, I don't know how many billionaires does Iowa have. How many billionaires are there in the state of Iowa that are big Hawkeye fans, Don?
I think there's one billionaire, and I don't even know his name, but I read somewhere that we've got one. Billionaire like he's an Iowa State fan.
Yeah, probably. Blake, thank you again. Corey and or Don, do you think Iowa should have incorporated more designed runs for Gronowski today? No.
He had 16 carries already.
16 carries. So no, that's what I'm going to say. I think they had plenty of runs for Gronowski, some of which were designed. Also, is it Gronowski or the receivers? Let's discuss receiver tight end core, please. I saw the comment in the chat too about, well, part of the reason was it Iowa Hawkeye Sports. He believes that most of the deep shots were planned for Addison Estringa. I highly doubt that, Don. I don't think they plan most of their deep shots to a tight end. And he is not traditionally even the deep threat at tight end. That's typically been Zach Ortworth. But yeah, I mean, it's not just receivers, Don. The tight end element of Iowa's offense that was actually good under Brian Ferentz has sort of been lost. We just don't see a ton of involvement with that unit. And I remember asking you about this preseason, and you said, hey, I think they're probably going to get back to higher tight end usage. Haven't seen that yet.
No,
but
you're right.
It's a collective effort or lack thereof, right?
Yeah. Corey, while I'm thinking of it, I did go back and look at the play-by-play. Talking about end of game, their last drive. They started on the -10.
I saw that. I looked it up too.
Yeah, they drove 55 yards to set up the 54-yard field goal. It took them how many plays? Where is it?
Once again, that Iowa State offense turns up big when they need to. 13
plays. Yep. 3rd and 2. Back rushes for 3. 3rd and 4. Back pass complete short right to Merkel.
Yep.
That was the tip pass. 17 yards.
And that would have been a punt if they just, at a minimum,
That
knock
was
it
a
down.
third down.
That's
That was
a
a
punt.
third down too.
Yeah.
If the ball just got complete, they'd be in a
Exactly.
pickle. They would have.
Ridiculous.
They'd almost have to punt. Yeah, there's a lot of time that they would have punted.
Ridiculous.
Play of the game really was the tip pass.
Yeah.
Because it gave them a chance to sustain the game-winning drive.
Don, so let's try to answer this question as best you can from Blake. Do you think at this point the passing woes have been more receiver-related, Gronowski-related, or I'll throw a third in there, play-calling related?
Well, you heard Mark even say we had some called shots against Albany, but they were playing soft, and we had to come off those receivers, which would suggest we simply didn't call the play at the right time. Now, of course, in game one, you don't really have a very good handle on what you might get from one down to the next. But that was just Mark talking that they had some call shots, and they were simply covered. So that's probably what really happened. I think he made that comment even during the week, right after he'd seen the game video. Of course, the coaches go over the video very, very thoroughly with all the players on the team. So I guess you might argue in game one, our play calling, when we took the shots, it didn't time up well with what Albany was doing, so we didn't see it happen downfield. Today, I don't know. It didn't seem like we had many calls, but you would argue that, I guess you could argue with the way the game is going, if we could just shorten the game and grind out first downs. We did have more first downs than they did, incidentally. I think it was 16-14. And total offense was pretty even too, right? They outgained us by a little bit, not much. You've been muted again, Corey.
Sorry about that. I just want to say real quick, we're almost 3 hours into the show, so if we go a little bit off the rails, that's okay. I just want to share real quick because our guy Kyle Spence just sent this to me. This is from Chris Hassel sharing this on Twitter. I'll just share it. I don't really know that we need to spend a ton of time talking about it, Don.
Okay.
But so here is, you can probably gather what this is. Let me get better view here.
They actually reviewed this play, though, right?
They review this play, right? So this
His knee is not on the ground right there.
No, his knee's not on the ground, but the point is he was beginning a slide, Don. The play stops when you start to slide.
Well,
hold on a second. No, don't shake your head at me.
Well, if he's beginning to slide, how come he's absolutely vertical with his posture?
Why is his knee parallel?
His knee's about to hit the ground, incidentally.
Why is his knee parallel to the ground if he's not beginning a slide, Don?
Why is his torso vertical then?
Okay, we can go back and watch the play, but you and I both know this was the beginning of his slide.
They actually reviewed this play, right?
Yes, but I'm just saying this was the beginning of his slide. That's not debatable.
And okay.
I mean, it was. It was the beginning of his
what I
slide.
remember seeing, his knee is on the ground. It's a split second later than this, and the ball. If you want to talk about the plane, the ball is across the plane.
This doesn't have anything to do with the knee, Don.
I don't know if people said, "What's he about to do?" I'm not sure how many people would say, "Well, he's going to begin a slide."
Well, but we know he did begin the slide from this stance. So his knee is down because he's about to start sliding.
Now we're the same ones that got the benefit of a muff on the punt too, right? That's another call. That's one that went our way. This one, you might argue, did not go our way.
Yeah, I'm just sharing it because Kyle sent it my way, and when I saw it on the field, I thought it looks like he started before the line to gain, but it was an awkward looking slide. He does that weird thing where he slides with one knee or whatever.
Well, the typical slide, of course, the torso is not vertical.
I guess you always slide with one knee, but yeah, the torso, he just slides awkwardly.
Yeah.
Right? It's just an awkward slide. So
you're right.
Anyways, thank you for that, Kyle. All right, let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse line before.
Can we confirm that they did in fact review that play, right?
Oh yeah, they absolutely reviewed it. They showed it a bunch of times. I'll give Jack Trice Stadium credit. They actually did a pretty good job of showcasing replay reviews. There's a lot of venues that don't do a good job with reviews. Frankly, I don't think Kinnick always does a very good job with reviews, but Jack Trice did a very good job with reviews. So
I bet the fans were a little bit nervous on that play then, weren't they? Because they really weren't sure how it was going to.
I was in the Iowa section. A lot of people in the Iowa section thought it was going to be overturned. But see, the thing is, even if it had been overturned, 4th and inches, it was on their own side of the field. But do they go for it on 4th and inches and just plow ahead for a first down? Because that was down. He ran up for it on 3rd down.
Yeah. I don't know how much time was left at that point. That was before the tip pass?
Wasn't that in the 4th quarter? Wasn't that slide in the 4th quarter?
It was on the last drive. I think.
So, yeah, was it before the tipped pass? It's a good question. It was one of the other 3rd downs.
Well, can you go back and look at that picture? Can you see the yard line? I don't think you can you?
Well, I guess I probably can. No, I can't. No, I can't.
Oh, okay. They were way backed up. 3rd and 2 on the -18.
Yeah, so would they have gone for it, Don? On 4th and inches at their own 20, would they have gone?
They would have had to punt it away.
4th and inches?
Yeah, on the -18, yeah.
So that was a huge call, Don. If it was
7 minutes left in the game, they're going to get another possession.
If it was a missed call, if that's the case, then that was a huge missed call. If it's a missed call, if that was the beginning of his slide, then that's a huge missed call.
But they reviewed it, and let's remind our viewers, it was a Big Ten crew, right?
It should have been because it was on the road. Yep.
So one thing I'm sure of is they didn't have it in for Iowa.
Yeah. Real quick, let's give a quick thank you to our guy down in Des Moines, Brad Van Meter and his State Farm team for great coverage, auto, life, health insurance. He can help you with that. He can help you with homeowners. He can help you with boat insurance, motorcycle insurance, basically everything. Give Brad a call and see how he can help you and your family get great coverage and save large amounts of money. 515-256-6480. 515-256-6480, or visit him online at bradvanmeter.com. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, lower auto rates having been offered starting beginning of August. So call Brad and see how he can help you and your family save tons of money. Also, Iowa Smokehouse. Use that code Hawkeyes and get your supply of meat sticks, jerky, salsas, sauces, and so much more. Smoked ends, everything is delicious, and pair it with your favorite beer. Use the code Hawkeyes at iowasmokehouse.com and get 15% off your order. You will get free shipping on any order, $50 or more. So don't let the loss bring you down to a point where you don't enjoy yourself some Iowa Smokehouse this weekend as we start the NFL season officially this week as well. iowasmokehouse.com. Use that code Hawkeyes for 15% off your order. We appreciate Iowa Smokehouse for being a part of the coverage here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. All right, Don, go ahead. You got something else?
On that same drive, Corey, 3rd and 2. Here's the play that really did us in. 3rd and 2, pass complete, short middle to Burkle for 10 yards. Remember that?
Yeah, that was a typical catch by Burkle.
My question to you, was that the jump pass? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yes, that was the jump pass. Which
he was in the gun. He demonstrated run.
Yep.
Steps to the line of scrimmage, jump up and threw it. He threw it a little bit out of bounds. He threw it on the tight end's backside, but he adjusted to it and caught it. So another big play on their part. 3rd and 2, they converted. That set him up for the field goal.
And Xavier Wampa saw it coming. He was just a split second late to respond to the tight end. So
yeah, Xavier's response was good. He kind of stoned the guy, but he already had the first.
Yeah.
I mean, he's coming from distance.
Okay. Let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse line. We've had another caller who's been waiting a long time. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach John Patterson. Who's on the line?
Hey, it's Tyler from Florida again. Called in last week for the first time.
Hey, Tyler.
Hey, how are you? Hey, just jumping on a little late. Haven't been a chance to hear you and Don go through, but appreciate you guys covering it again. So just a few observations. Much, I would say, better offensive performance than last week. A couple things that stood out. Gronowski, accuracy, significantly better. Early on, we ran, pass with the first 2 possessions, first 2 3 and outs. But nothing was past the sticks. Everything was 5 yards and out through that way. So I'm curious to get Don's opinion on this, I guess. Do you think those are scripted, the first couple series? Or do you think they're calling the plays live as they go, or those first 2 series to settle in scripted? I know to Brian Ferentz, pretty confident it was scripted, and after that kind of fell apart. With Lester, do you think it's scripted for those first couple possessions, or is it based on what they see?
Good question. I'm not sure. I suspect that they're scripting. A lot of people go first 15 plays. And of course, even though they're scripted, you still have to adjust based on down and distance. But the point is, we want to get these 15 plays into the game in the first quarter. And I don't know for sure that Tim scripts or not. We used to never script, actually, to be honest with you. We did have, I think I've told you this before, Corey. I'm talking about when I was a head coach. We had a top 10 list of runs, top 10 list of passes. And those 20 plays, I guarantee you 18 of them are going to be run. So you're not going to forget about them. And we just worked off those 2 lists, 10 runs, 10 passes. And yes, those got run early in the game too. Typically in the first half, probably 15 of them run in the first half.
If he's scripting the first quarter or whatever, I might recommend stop scripting, because it seems like Iowa starts playing better on offense once they're not scripted.
Agreed. Well, yeah, so that was right away, and Clad actually pointed this out later, but right away, I love watching the defense, watching alignments. With their 3-3-5, instantly Iowa State actually played to stop the run. The way they did that, they dropped 2 of the middle, I guess you could call them, they're not linebackers, but 2 of their safeties, more or less, not the deep safety, but in their back 5, at the snap, instantly set the edge. They're about 5 yards off the line. They would jump up right at the end. So I thought, okay, they're not going to let us bust one outside on a run. They're going to force it inside the whole time, where they have the extra linebacker help with Bacon right there and reading it. And so just initially watching them, sitting there going, this appears scripted because we're not changing anything. And instantly something dragging across the middle from the slot, or some of those quick outs, which we started to do towards the second quarter, wide open. It just kind of blew me away that, okay, when you see that come in, there's going to be space because they're not going to get beat deep. So they're going to be backpedaling, those 3 that are playing on the backside there. So I don't know, maybe any thoughts on that side? That's what it appeared. That's why I asked the question.
Don?
I will admit, I was surprised that the outside zone wasn't more productive for us. We hang our hat on the outside zone. We feel like we can run it against just about anyone. It's kind of the bread and butter of our running game. And it really wasn't that effective. So maybe you're right. Maybe you got to give some credit to Iowa State and their plan to slow down the outside zone.
yeah, I think that's, like I said, I got to go back. I'll usually go back and rewatch the games, take note of some of those things, but at least on offense, that's what it appeared right away. And then later on, like I said, we started hitting a little bit of those outs. We had 3 drops, I believe it was, in the first quarter as well. A lot of people forget those. One of them was a first down, and one would have been really close to the tight end on the sideline where Gronowski got flushed from the pocket, rolled out, and the defender had to take him or the tight end and jump to him. Tight end just dropped it. So, those are the types of plays that just you got to hit, especially early on. But so offense, obviously passing is just no deep shots. Once again, no idea what we're doing when it comes to deep balls. A simple double move, a stutter and go, out and go.
You can't convince me. You cannot convince me that Tim Lester doesn't know great plays to run down the field, Don. Like I can't. I'm not gonna be convinced otherwise. So there's got to be something else. Tim Lester knows how to call a game, Don. Tim Lester knows how to get his receivers down.
So explain why you're not seeing those plays on the field then.
I don't know. That's why you're here. That's why I pay you the big bucks, Don.
Yeah.
That's why you are here every single week for the last 5 years. So tell me, why are we not seeing passes down the field?
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. You've heard me say before, part of the problem, I'm going back in time, part of the problem that people have with the Iowa offense, it appears that they're just calling plays. In other words, there aren't enough plays designed to do something big. Simply play action and try to throw it over them, or a reverse, or a fly sweep, anything a little bit exotic. You don't see many of those. So the perception is, well, maybe they're not making big plays because they're not trying to make big plays. And there's some truth to that, I think. I would argue you can engineer some plays that have a good chance to make big plays, but you got to engineer them.
But again, are you going to sit here and try to convince me that Tim doesn't have great plays in his back pocket?
Well, we need to see him.
No, I know, but just does he or does he not? Do you believe that Tim Lester has really quality pass plays at his disposal in his playbook?
You're saying they're part of the offense in terms of being in the book.
They're part of
getting called.
They're part of his offense.
Maybe. I don't know. It's a mystery.
How could they not, Don? How could they not be? He was the head coach at Western. He spent time with the Packers. He
had good offense at Western.
Excellent offense, excellent wide receiver production at Western. He was at Syracuse, right? I believe So I'm just saying this is not some green Brian Ferentz first-year offensive coordinator that's never called plays.
Right.
He's also a former quarterback. He's a former quarterback. He's had 3 receivers drafted in the second round of the NFL draft, all of which, by the way, were shorter than 5'10". So I don't know what it is, but nobody's going to be able to convince me that Tim doesn't have good plays in his playbook. And I'm not trying to say Kirk is micromanaging every play call that he makes, but there's got to be something, whether it's just Tim is feeling limited with what he feels comfortable calling. Is that possible? Like Tim doesn't feel like, I don't know.
Based on his history, you'd say he's not going to be, before he was hired here, you would say he's not going to be a conservative play caller. That's what you would have said, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So is it possible that in the game planning process, I'm just throwing theories out there, in the game planning process, it's sort of Kirk is clear with Tim that, Tim's going to be calling plays on game day, but this is how we're going to approach it. So we're not trying this, and this. Would that happen in a meeting between staff members, Don, in preparation?
Sure, that might even be a discussion during the game. Kirk, as the head coach, of course, is certainly entitled to tell either side of the ball, here's how I want you to play. And maybe those discussions do happen during games. I don't know. I'm not privy to what's said during the game. I know there's been some suggestion that Tim gets direction from Kirk, right? Hadn't Tim made a comment about, well, we didn't really.
Well, he mentioned last year, I remember asking him about taking shots, and he made a comment, I think it was after the Minnesota game, that he had a couple of shots ready and he got shot down.
Yeah.
So that I understand. That's going to happen at times. But that would indicate, if we're assuming that happened today, for instance, that he only had a couple in his back pocket and he got shot down both times. So is it that? Or is it like he's being really calculated with when he wants to approach it, and then he decides, hey, I want to call this, and Kirk says, no, we're not doing that? Or is it in the game planning process, Kirk makes it very clear, this is how we're approaching it. We're not taking more than this, maybe one or two shots. I don't know. I'm just trying to throw.
I do not think in general, because of the fast pace of the game, Corey, I think in rare cases, Kirk's going to veto a call. I can see this happening when the defense is on the field. There's a conversation with Kirk and Tim, and Kirk simply says, listen, we need to try to burn clock. We need to try to run the ball more. Yeah, I want you to run the ball. I think that happens from one series to the next. Let's go back to the running game. What about this? What about that? I doubt very often that Kirk says, listen, you got to air it out more. I don't know that happens. I think Kirk would have faith in Tim's judgment on airing it out. If Kirk said, I don't want you to throw the ball down the field, Tim wouldn't throw the ball down the field.
But that's what I'm saying. How often do you foresee a guy like Kirk Ferentz telling your offensive coordinator, no, I don't want you throwing the ball down the field on this series or on this drive?
Not very much at all.
So that's what I'm saying.
Kind of obvious.
If it's not that, and these are some of the same conversations we had during the Brian tenure, but if it's not that,
correct.
Is it?
Kirk does not have a stranglehold on play calling.
Then what is it?
I don't doubt that.
Sorry,
Go ahead, caller.
I was going to say, if I can jump back in, I actually think you have your answer a little bit with two things. Number one, early on in the game, Iowa State was getting zero pressure whatsoever. Most of the game, they got that, okay? So much so, we actually started running RPO with mesh. Like, the fact that we were running that shows that they knew we had time with the offensive line. They're just waiting to see what the linebackers are going to do. Shoot the gap, or are they going to drop off? So that tells me that those were built in already. And no, we're not going to try to go deep and change from our deviation based on what we have from the game plan. So I would say, yes, that has to be discussed, that, hey, we're not going to give balls late deep. We're not going to throw deep, take risks, because I would assume Kirk thinks that's a risk. He has been risk averse for 27 of 27 years. Since he's been in Iowa, that's just who he is. And so based on the fact that, one, no pressure was coming, and we started running RPO mesh for at least the whole series there, that tells me, okay, it is not ever intended that we're just going to start taking some shots deep, even if the game calls for it.
Well, I don't know, Don, but if I sort of agree with the caller, if it's not a play-by-play micromanaging from Kirk Ferentz, I just can't imagine that Tim Lester approached this game and was like, yeah, I want to take 2 shots this whole game, one to a tight end and one to Seth Anderson. Right. I just can't imagine that Tim Lester, given who he is and who he has been, would approach a game plan that way. So I don't know. I mean,
I do think, based on, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Iowa State among the leaders in terms of pass defense a year ago?
That's right.
Yes, they led Big 12.
Yep.
Yeah. So my point is, they're sound in the back end. They do what we do. They don't give up big plays. So just that fact alone would discourage Tim from taking too many shots down the field, because other teams have proven that it doesn't really pay off for you.
And that possibly could have been in the game planning process, not just on game day.
Yes.
Individual calls. So anything else, caller?
Yeah, just a couple quick comments. I'll let someone else hop on. I don't know if it was mentioned, Caden Weegan, probably one of the worst games I've seen him have.
Agreed.
As a Hawkeye on special teams. So that was very surprising. Today felt like a little bit of, he was trying to hit the home run ball to change or flip some sort of momentum. instead of just make the play, take what's in front of you, and then get out of there and see what happens. Especially those 2 drives into the second half, first one of the third quarter. Iowa moved the ball. Like, we legitimately moved the ball in those 2 possessions. So it's like, okay, just get out of there. So that was the first thing. Special teams, a little surprise there. I have a lot of confidence we'll clean that up. Defense, I actually thought defense played very well, all things considered. When you were talking Rocco Beck here, Big 12 Player of the Year candidates, very good wide receiver core, especially their tight ends. Tight ends were relatively quiet. 2 kind of weird plays in the last drive to win, the deflection, and then obviously the jump pass. Both tight ends. Yep, exactly. And then the touchdown, obviously, look, you can't guard 6'7". It's going to be tough down there. You're on a linebacker too. So tough areas. I thought Iowa defense played really well. Shout out to the linebackers, especially Shire. I thought he played a very, very good game. So nothing on the defense. I actually feel really good about our corners. I'm still going to hold my prediction. I think we beat Indiana at home. I think we beat Rutgers and UMass as well. I think we're 4-1 now, headed into our first bye, and we'll see what comes up. But anyway, those are my comments. So looking forward to hearing the rest, and I'll hopefully talk to you guys next week.
Appreciate it, sir. We'll talk to you next week. Good call. Good stuff.
Corey, I will say this. If you would have told me before the game we're going to hold Iowa State to 238 yards of offense, I would have said we're going to win the game.
And Don, like I say, they broke even on turnovers. You told me that was going to be a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
They allowed just one explosive play. They broke even on explosive plays.
We did so many things right.
They broke even on let's see, what else did they break even on?
I don't know about
They outrushed them. They outrushed them, Don.
We outrushed them, but not by much.
Well, but they outrushed them.
They had a better yards per carry than we did.
But they outrushed them, Don.
Well, you heard me say, outrushing them by 100 yards didn't give us the win last year.
I know it didn't.
But I also said, if we can just be close on total offense, we can win the game. We were close. They had 238, we had 214. Imagine an entire football game with a total of 452 yards offense. Defense won the day, didn't they?
It was a good game. I mean, it was a good game. I just, boy, could have lived without that interception. Was I don't want to say a nail in the coffin. It wasn't at the time, but in hindsight, it was a huge play.
Penalties were really even. We were penalized 38 yards. They were penalized 42.
Both pretty low. I think you'll take both of those numbers.
You know what I do wonder? I wonder about average starting field position, because I think they beat us with that. Maybe not. I'll go back and check.
Well, time of possession was trending toward Iowa big time, but I think that evened up as well, didn't it?
Yeah, let's see. I can get that one in a hurry.
Because Iowa was dominating.
We had 31, a little over 31 minutes to their 29.
Ryan Radford brings up how Nate Stanley threw 300 yards and 5 touchdowns against Iowa State in 2017. Oh, how times have changed, Don.
Yeah.
In that building, too. He did that in that building, and they won in overtime, 44-41. All right, let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse line. But before we do that, we want to make sure we plug our RTI Threads player of the game once again. Jazz Patterson with 11 carries, 60 yards. You mentioned yards per carry, Don. I doubt anybody as an individual back had a better yards per carry than Jazz. I know nobody else on the Iowa roster did. And I
don't believe they did either.
Yeah, so Jazz Patterson, 5.5 yards per carry. He was good, and maybe they should have gone with him more earlier in the game. Also had 1 reception for 2 yards. But we talked about his effectiveness, and now you wonder, I'm not saying Iowa just decides to go a different direction. You don't just make split-second decisions throughout the season based on one performance. But based on what we've seen from these guys, Terrell Washington, Xavier Williams had their day against Albany. Jazz Patterson was a guy against Iowa State. Kamari Moulton's trying to come back from injury. Who should be starting week 3 against UMass and beyond?
I can go based on what happened today. I can go with Patterson.
Yeah. Is that because your last name is Patterson?
No. No relation.
Okay. Jazz Patterson, our RTI Threads player of the game with 62 total offensive yards. Go ahead, Don.
Rushing averages for Iowa State. Sama with 3.9, Hansen with 4.2.
So
Rocco averaged 2.2.
how much of a difference would you advise Hawkeye fans there would be? Like with a guy like Jazz Patterson, you see a pretty substantial yards per carry difference. Do you think most of that is because of when he came into the game and obviously they liked him once he got in there? Was the offensive line wearing down that opposing defensive line, or was he just that much more effective against Iowa State and making cuts and vision and all that?
Well, to me, one big argument for making a decision at running backs is comparing yards after contact. I think in general,
okay,
Patterson will always show up well there too.
Yeah. Better than Terrell, and today better than Xavier.
I think so. Yeah.
And by the way, folks, I mentioned this earlier, but RTI Threads giving away that quarter zip. So stay tuned. If you made your predictions, I was pretty close on my prediction, by the way, Don. I had Iowa losing 23-20. So give each team another touchdown, and I'd have hit it on the head. All right, let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse line. We've got Vincent. Vincent, welcome back to the show, sir.
Oh, hey, Corey, can you hear me all right?
We got you loud and clear.
Most of the stuff I was going to touch on, you and Don have already kind of gone over, so I won't spend too much time. But Don, I know you said if a caller knew to let you know, the Arizona DB you're referencing, is that Chris McAllister?
Yes. Thank you.
Yep. I think he was a first-round pick, late 20s pick for the Baltimore Ravens, if I remember correctly. So I just wanted to help you out there. But other than that,
Chris McAllister.
Yeah, he was a solid
Thank
DB,
you.
a good part of 10 years.
That just proves I hadn't lost all my faculties.
I wasn't.
It really was an All-American corner that we beat that day. And I don't know what year. I'll go back and look. Next question to our listeners. That Arizona game, when did it happen? I know it was in Kinnick. It was a one-score game. We beat them at the end of the game. It was Damon Gibson that caught it. If I have a minute, I'll look that up.
Are you
I don't know
asking
what
me?
year that would be. Probably 95 or so, I think.
No, I think that was 90. I thought it was 96. I could be wrong. I'm in my
You're in the ballpark for sure.
Gentlemen, I won't keep you guys on here long. Like I said, most of that stuff has been covered. The only thing, Corey and Donna, just to kind of piggyback off of you guys, I know a lot of folks are digging on Gronowski in the chat. There are some videos that I've seen, or to put it short, week 1 against Albany, he was just missing players. He was going through his reads too fast. So that would be something that's attributed to Mark. But I think he got a lot of that stuff corrected, looked much, much better today. Now,
Absolutely.
You have to look at tape and kind of go back and analyze the routes and what the receivers' routes looked like from a different angle. So kind of to what Corey was saying, I want to know the same thing. Are these receivers, are they getting separation? Are they getting open? Is it still Mark missing them? I don't know. But that's the one clear picture that most of us fans want to see cleared up is we have to have open receivers down the field. And Don, like you said earlier, as an offensive coordinator, if you can't find a weakness in the defense, then you need to keep digging.
Right.
But that, guys, Corey, I appreciate you getting me back in so fast. I won't keep you guys on here. As always, appreciate the platform. And Don and Corey, you guys have a good night.
Thanks, Vincent.
Thank you.
Good call, sir. All right. Let's see. Kyle wanted me to bring up the play. Let's see here. I guess so there were a lot of people in the stadium and on Twitter upset about the play timeout in the first quarter where Iowa State ran a third down play, Campbell running down the sideline. They run the play, and then they say, no, they call the timeout. They did signal for the timeout, but the play just kept going. So say what you want. It happens. I mean,
Here's my question, Corey. Did they signal before the ball was snapped?
I don't know. I don't know if they signaled before. They did signal before the pass was incomplete. I know before the play proceeded. But, yeah, was it called before the snap? I have no idea. It's a fair question.
Well, here's my note on that play. previous play is negated because of last second timeout, I believe the play, as it played out in real time, it was a failure on their part. They would have had to punt the ball, and yet they ordered the timeout. So it's unusual when the ball's actually snapped and the players run, and then they say there was a timeout. That's unusual.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like we're giving you a free play.
Well, but again, they tried to signal it before the play transpired.
Yeah. I ask you, was it before the ball was snapped? You don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
But when you agree, it's kind of hard to imagine, since they're playing at home, that the crowd noise is that significant, right? So why in the world didn't it blown dead?
Well, how could it be significant when it's Iowa State's on offense?
That's what I'm saying. They were telling me they didn't hear the whistle. I would still wonder, is it possible that the officials signaled timeout after the ball was snapped? I think so.
I think that's not just – I think that's probable.
So at that point, why do they –
What do you do if
you can't honor a timeout if the ball's been snapped?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Coach, you're too late.
But they blew it dead.
They blew it dead after the ball was snapped.
Yeah, but
I believe the play had even ended.
I know the play hadn't ended.
You mean they stopped him in the middle of the play? I don't believe so. I believe it was a bad outcome for Iowa State.
The play. I'm just telling you what. When I saw the official signaling for the timeout, the play was happening. It was not completed. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So that's a hard one because what do they like? Some players might stop.
If the play's not completed, it doesn't make a damn. If they signal too late, the play's going to stand. I thought Iowa got screwed on that one. I really did.
Well, as our OC in the chat says, we love you, Don.
And this is an OC from where, I wonder?
Oh,
Are those initials, or is that a job description?
It's probably just initials, Don. Okay, let's see. A couple more here in the chat. Scott says, appreciate the super chat. Corey should just outlaw fans saying defense was good today when Iowa lost. Not cool. All right, fans. No longer can you compliment the defense when Iowa loses. So thank you, Scott. Springtime, that's Alex. And I think he's still, no, he had to leave. So Alex, come back if you still can. We had you in the queue. But he says, unable to stay in the stream, son's birthday. Okay, well, it would have helped if I had read the super chat. Who's this loss mostly on, Mark or Tim? Mark not seeing receivers or Tim's third down calls? Okay, so Alex isn't a big fan of the third down play calling from Tim Lester, Don.
Well, I can't remember. There's a lot of third downs in there, and I thought we converted fairly well on third down. Maybe not. At one time, I think we were ahead on critical down conversions. Do you know offhand, Corey?
I don't. I just know Iowa State was 3 of 3 on critical downs there at the end. And it helped that second quarter drive that got Iowa back in the game, Don. Iowa converted several.
Yeah, they were better than us. We were 5 out of 14. They were 8 out of 15. Of course, a lot of those came late on that last drive.
That's a significant difference, Don.
Yeah, I know. I can do math.
Don's getting a little cranky 3 hours in. All right.
We were also 1 for 2 on fourth down. When did we foul on fourth down? I can't remember.
When did we fail on fourth down?
It says 1 for 2.
They failed on the last play of the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The last play of Iowa's offense, yeah.
Right.
Scott, thank you for the super chat. Iowa fans never dare criticize the defense because it might ruffle feathers. Instead, they unload all their frustration on the offense. Maybe it's time they figured out how to actually believe in the whole team. The problem is, and I get what you're saying, Scott. We appreciate the super chat. The problem is they held Iowa State to 16 points, and that was 7 of those points came almost directly. It was directly off of an interception. I mean, they were in the red zone or close to it, Don, when they
plus 33, I think.
Okay, so maybe we weren't in the red zone, but
no, plus 33. Oh, I'm sorry, red zone. Zone. They were outside the red zone, I think.
But Don, I mean, I don't know that you can blame the defense for a whole lot. Maybe you look at that last drive for Iowa State and say they got to pony up better there. I'll be on board with that. They got to pony up better, right? They were at the -10. You can't allow them to go, 50 yards to get in field goal range. That's not acceptable. That's what they did. They literally went 50 yards, over 50 yards to get in field goal range, converted 3 third downs.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, you can't totally take blame away from the defense. I guarantee you Xavier and Cohen and those guys on defense are feeling crappy right now because they feel like they lost their team the game. I guarantee you those defensive players, Don, feel like they let their team down by not being able to get off the field on 3 different occasions on that final drive for Iowa State.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Corey, the interception put them on the +18. Let me check right quick.
Okay. Well, in that case, then they were in the red zone.
Is that in the first quarter?
I believe it was second quarter. I'm confident it was in second quarter.
Yeah, it became 13-3. There it is. They were on the +18. Intercepted, he returned it to the 18-yard line. So they were in the red zone.
They gave up 16 points in this game, and one of the drives they got a gift inside the red zone. So, I mean, I have a hard time blaming the defense for a ton, except that last.
And for that matter, correct me if I'm wrong, the only touchdown was an 18-yard touchdown drive for them.
Holy cow, you're right. That was the only touchdown, wasn't it? Can you believe that?
That's pretty good defense.
Can you believe that? That was the only touchdown in this game off that interception. I'm just now putting this together at 6:30 in the evening, Don. That was the only Iowa State touchdown when they got the ball at the 18 off that interception. Can you believe that? Oh, man. All right. Well, that just sent me into a deeper depression, Don.
That is right. And then 3 field goals, yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right.
The only touchdown drive was an 18-yard drive.
They didn't allow a single touchdown drive that started outside the red zone.
That's correct.
Unbelievable. All right, let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call line. Alex Miller is here. Alex, welcome.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We got you.
So my question for Don is, it seems to me that maybe Tim Lester isn't really playing to Mark's abilities, specifically in the pass game. It seems to me that Mark's best ball is his deep ball, and that's the one thing that they won't let him do for some reason. Do you agree with that?
Well, it seems as if we've called some plays that were designed to be down the field, and we simply haven't been in position to throw them. And it wasn't because we didn't have time. I think it's because people are covered.
Well, what do you think about this comment in the chat from Hawkeye Fan? Mark said in his interview, Iowa doesn't run plays that were not run successfully or executed in practice. So Mark did not say this last part, but I think this user is then assuming that means deep passes are not being completed in practice, so they're not going to be run during the games. That's hogwash. But anyways, that's hogwash. I don't want to hear about that hogwash. That's total hogwash, Alex. You and I both know it.
Yeah.
That's it is. If we can't complete them against the scout team, we're doing the right thing to not run them on Saturday.
I don't believe they're not complete. I know they've complete.
Well, they've put clips of them doing it. So
the day we talked to Tim Lester at Media Day, I asked him about this, and he was talking about how Reese Vandersee hit one, and I think he said KJ Parker hit one just that week on Wednesday. So I don't want to hear about that they're not hitting them in practice. I mean, well,
with those deep passes, is there ever a situation? I saw a number of times at the game where you had tight coverage outside one-on-one with no high safety help. Is there any time where you shouldn't be sending that deep?
Well, like we discussed, there were ways to defeat press coverage other than just run fade routes. First off, even if the guy can cover you, what's wrong with running a comeback and go, as we call it? You're driving down the field, now you're putting on your brakes as if you're going to run a comeback, and then you go deep again. Now that takes time. You got to have protection, But time wasn't an issue today. Double cuts, like you heard me say earlier, just because you can't run by a guy doesn't mean you can't beat a superior athlete with a well-run double cut. I talked about possession receivers at Iowa that were good on double cuts simply because they would sell the short route and then win when the guy bet on the short route. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So it's not just a question of being able to run down the field. There are other ways to beat press coverage other than just fade routes.
But a short in or a short out would be considered a bad play call because I saw that way too many times.
Yeah, well, they're pressed up on you. You're not going to be open. You're actually at risk of getting intercepted, of course, with tight coverage.
With TJ Washington, I mean, I don't want to hate on anybody too much, but how useful it appears that TJ Washington is a good receiving back and maybe not so good at rushing. How useful is a guy like that in an offense as an offensive coordinator? Because it seems to me that when they hand it off to him, he doesn't go anywhere. And so if he's in there, everybody knows that he's only going to do something if they pass it to him. Does that make him a liability?
Don, real quick, if I can jump in here, there are running backs that have made nice careers in the NFL, either being third down backs or being considered pass catching backs. I don't know, like Akram Wadley is an example of somebody who I think would have fit that bill. I don't know that TJ Washington is that. I think we need to see a bigger sample size. It's obvious Iowa doesn't see him as a one-dimensional back, or they wouldn't have started him today. But Don, do you have some comment on TJ?
Well, it is a little bit of a mystery why TJ started. But again, they have the advantage of looking at him in practice every day. Might be tied into a minor injury. Somebody missed practice time during the week. I don't think Kirk or the coaches make that big a deal out of being the starter because you go into the game knowing we're going to play multiple backs. It doesn't matter that much who starts. What really matters is who gets most of the carries over the course of the day.
Yeah, well, I'm a little higher on the offense, I think, than some people. I see potential there. To be honest, it feels, maybe other people feel like this, but it feels like Tim Lester was the biggest weak point on the offense today. I still don't understand how nobody could get open with an 8-second pocket, but
They got 8 guys playing pass defense.
I guess. Blows my mind.
We only got 5 receivers.
Yeah. Final question. The defense played pretty good, but Iowa State still had a number of long drives that ended up turning into field goals. What would you say was going on those drives? What was the thing that was that Iowa's defense was failing at? It seems to me that at all 3 levels they played decently. And the only quote unquote thing they didn't do was get pressure, but Iowa State was just passing so quick. What's the problem there?
You're right. I think, Corey, in the preview I mentioned this. It's hard to get to Rocco because the ball comes out quickly. So one key I mentioned, trying to get her hands up and getting some chip passes. The irony there is the only chip pass was one Iowa State receiver to another. We didn't, to my knowledge, we never tipped the ball all day.
Real quick. They were close on a big one. And that was when they were back against their own goal line on the stupidity from number 35 for Iowa State on the kick return where he called for the fair catch. They spot the ball inside their own 10. Remember, Cohen Entringer comes off right edge and has his arms straight up in the air. And I don't know how Rocco fitted around Cohen. And that's the play that TJ kind of delayed on making the tackle and went for a first down. Alex, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he was just standing there. He was hoping he could catch it, I think.
Entringer was very close to making a play on the ball there, and that would have been a huge play because they were back in safety. Was that the play that they threw out of their own end zone? I believe it was.
You mean Entringer was in coverage, right?
No,
Entringer was standing behind the line of scrimmage. He was.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he was like 7 yards away. Yeah, he was 7 yards away, staring Rocco in the
I
face.
can't remember the play.
Yeah, but they threw out of their own end zone, Don. You remember the
Yeah.
play. They were backs against the wall, and they threw out of their own end zone.
Yeah, vaguely.
By the way, real quick, I have to throw this comment up in the chat. Timothy says, he's quoting Don, I can do math. And Timothy says, wow, somebody needs a pudding cup.
More than a pudding cup, I think. No, I'm fine.
Oh.
I just have a sharp sense of humor sometimes, maybe.
Also, the Cyhawk didn't go the way we wanted, Don. That doesn't put us in great moods. So, you know.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll just leave you guys with one more thing. Don, what was it about the first half that Iowa was struggling to run for some reason? The offensive line was so dominant. Even in the first half, they seemed like they were manhandling Iowa State, but they couldn't run the ball. What was going on there, and why did it take till halftime adjustments to fix that? Why can't we?
Well, we
fix
certainly
that?
weren't manhandling them because how many long gators did we have? I mean, how many runs we have that were 10 yards? Not many.
I don't think they had more than. Did they have? Maybe had two. Maybe two of over 10 yards.
Jazz's longest run was 10 yards.
Okay.
Mark had a 13-yard run somewhere in there.
Okay.
Xavier's best was 9.
So they had 2.
So I didn't see any manhandling going on. That was my disappointment that we couldn't run the ball better. I was trying to be optimistic. I was hoping for 200 yards. I was hoping for 40 carries, 5 yards a carry.
Don, you know, one of my big keys heading into this game was, can they bust off a big play on the ground like they did 2 years ago? And they did not get that done.
Didn't happen.
They did not knock off a big play on the ground.
What I do remember is in the second half, the 1 and 2 yard runs became 4 to 6 yard runs, and it put us in a lot of shorter second and especially third downs. And
you're right. We were making progress. We were owning. I won't say we were owning the line of scrimmage, but we were gaining an edge.
What changed?
You mean in the fourth quarter? What changed?
Yeah. Like what changed from the first half to the second half to make that happen? Because I mean, did the offensive line legitimately play better, or?
It's hard to say. I know somebody suggested in there that we seem to be not as well conditioned as Iowa State. They were basing it on the fact that they finished the game a little stronger than we did. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a hot day, so conditioning shouldn't have had much to do with it.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, but that's all for me, guys. Thank you.
Hey, Alex. Appreciate the call. Good stuff. And all right, we're going to go quick fire on these last comments, and we got Austin. And then if anything else from Kyle, and we're going to wrap this show up so we can watch some football this evening, and I can get some food in me, and Don can get some food in him. Jay says this show is better than watching Iowa's offense. He doesn't know if it's a compliment, but he meant it to be a compliment. Brandon, KJ, thank God for shows like this to help me off the ledge. Happy to help. Andrew wants to know if the defense got gassed in the fourth quarter. Bad time to get gassed. They tend to do that. Teams tend to get gassed a lot against Rocco Becht in the fourth quarter. No, there's a facet of this that is just really solid offensive execution. It's called 2-minute offense in some cases. In other cases, it's just bleeding the clock and making big plays, calling your best plays and saving them for the big moments. And credit to
let's not forget the biggest play of that last game-winning drive was a tip pass from one receiver to another.
I know. But they made other plays on that drive that extended the drive, and the jump pass and Rocco extending it with his feet.
The tip pass was a critical down too, as I recall.
Yes, it was. It was 3rd and 4. Would have been 4th and 4. You're real hung up on that tipped pass, aren't you, Don?
Well, yeah, because how often do you see a ball is tipped from one offensive player to another?
I know. Jeff Schwinke says we may get our pants pulled down by Rutgers.
One of Corey's favorite expressions.
It's just a figure of speech, but I don't think they're going to have it happen at Rutgers, just for the record. I don't think that's going to happen. Hawkeye fan says, you're not taking shots downfield because each down today was so valuable. So I don't know if there's sarcasm, tongue-in-cheek comment there, what that means. Yeah. Kathy says, no mention of the horrible pass to Ostringa when he got hurt, underthrown. Was that a horrible pass, Don? Maybe it wasn't perfect, but I wouldn't say it
I
was.
can't remember the specifics on the play. We got 120 snaps from offense. I can't remember.
I don't think horrible is the right word. Estringa had to kind of come back for a little bit and he ended up getting hurt, and that's football, unfortunately. Kyle says a team that's 0-10 against ranked teams in 4 years is not going to make a playoff. Well, thank you for letting me know that, Kyle. I appreciate that. Maybe you can teach me some golf sometime.
That's Kyle's sobering thought for the day.
Matt says, Don, can you give me your take on, I think he spelled Wampa wrong, but can you give me your take on Xavier Wampa today?
From what I know, I think he played okay. Not so many tackles he had. He certainly wasn't beaten badly, as I recall. Corey, your thoughts? You were in the stadium. Anything that
I thought he played well. I mean, I'm not a film expert and I haven't looked at the film, but I thought just on my record,
Xavier had 7 tackles.
Yeah, I thought he was very present. Yeah,
I don't recall a single missed tackle. Maybe there was one, but I can't remember it. It wasn't really obvious.
Again, we didn't see anything deep, so that's credit to him and those DBs in part as well. So, I mean, my first inclination is to say he played well. And then Brett wants to know about what you think of linebacker play today.
Well, Shower, I thought, played okay. He showed up with a couple of really good plays. He had 7 total tackles. Harold had 9 total tackles. And let's not forget, didn't he have a forced fumble too?
Yes. Didn't recover it, but he did force it.
Yeah, it's recorded as a forced fumble too.
Kevin Fisher says, Don, just tell the truth. Come on.
About what? About Corey?
About
the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
All right. Matt wants to know if a running back caught a pass. Well, Jazz Patterson caught a pass. Any other running backs catch a pass today, Don?
He got a pass for -6, as I recall. Does that sound right?
No, he was credited with 2 yards.
Oh, okay.
1 catch for 2 yards. Who had a -6 catch?
I thought we did. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
I got to pull up my stuff again.
How about
I'm talking about TJ. Washington comes to mind. There are plays you can run, as you know. You can have a play action fake going loudly one way and then swing the other back. If there's 2 backs in the backfield, swing the other back the other way and simply throwing the ball behind the line. That's the way to get, of course, a back in space with the ball. And, of course, everybody's just committed to blocking for it. Just a way to run a sweep without having to pitch the ball and run out there. You simply swing the bag and throw it to him. But you got misdirection also.
I am seeing this. Terrell Washington had 1 catch for -6 yards. And
I thought so.
Xavier Williams had 1 catch for -2 yards. Jazz Patterson 1 catch for 2 yards.
We're not getting any mileage out of our backs as receivers, are we?
They're not really getting mileage out of their receivers as receivers. I'm sorry, but I mean, It is true. Let's see. Super chat. John. Thank you, John. Appreciate the super chat. He says, KF handcuffing the offense. We have had 2 high-level QB transfers, and they both were bad. The broadcasters were mocking them. Who's the other high-level QB transfer that they had, Don? Can I? I know. Deacon. He can't transfer.
I was thinking Petrus, but
no, he didn't transfer in. Don Deacon transferred in from Wisconsin. So who's the other high-level transfer QB?
Oh, both coming in, you mean? Okay.
Yeah, who's the other high-level transfer QB?
Well, I think they're referring to Mark as one of those 2.
Yeah, Mark, and then who's the other one?
The guy from Michigan.
Oh, yeah, Cade.
Remember him? Matter of fact, he's got a big game today.
Does
They're
he?
playing Tennessee.
When is
Maybe
that?
our listeners should help us out and tell us what the score was in that game.
Okay. Is he playing?
I don't know. Maybe he got beat out. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying. Okay. Clemson.
Somebody's got to play. Might as well be him.
Clemson is struggling with Troy right now, 27-16.
Troy's a dangerous team, as we know, right? Remember last year?
Yep. Mississippi State leading Arizona State. Let's see if we can find Tennessee State and let's see, Eastern Tennessee State. Oh my goodness. East Tennessee State gave up 72 to Tennessee, Don.
More importantly, how many did they score on offense?
17. Let's look to see. So 72-17, and Cade's played, let's see, he had 11 of 18 for 85 yards and a touchdown.
Okay.
So that's
to say those numbers sound pretty good, but I'm not going to say that.
No, I think those numbers sound very much like an Iowa quarterback, right? You throw
Yeah.
under 100 yards. So anyways, Amanda, thank you for reminding everybody. Hit that like button, folks. If you're here, just slide down on the screen or the television. Hit the thumbs up. Do that real quick, please. Or if you're listening on Spotify, Apple, Amazon, wherever, hit the thumbs up button. It does help us in the algorithm, folks. We're under 300 people still watching, but we're here in hour 4, and we are going to be wrapping it up here in the next few seconds. So, Andy, all right, I'm going to throw this one to you, Don. Andy says, can anyone give me a reason to stay an Iowa fan? There you go, Don. Little softball for you.
You see it this way, Andy. I don't know if you have any daughters that are maybe college age, but the players on this football team, in so many cases, you'll be thrilled to have them as your son-in-law.
Well, that's not a response I expected, but that's good, Don. That was deep.
Because those young men have high character. They're going to be winners in life. They're going to do the best they can to win in college football, too.
Jay Brock says...
That's my reason to stay an Iowa fan.
No, that's good stuff. Jay Brock says, credit to you guys. You're really working overtime in this game. By the way, Chev Yoda, thank you for that. Chev Yoda says, the back judge granted the timeout, not the line judge. Shire tackled the receiver short of the line to gain.
That's what I thought.
Chev Yoda says, if it was blown dead, no one reacted to the whistle. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's all I have to say. It's very unfortunate how that transpired. I know you're upset. That folks, this is the Don Patterson really frustrated look. That's the look.
Just to rain on somebody's parade, the slow mesh is not going to save this offense. That's just one thing we can do to maybe add to it.
Yes, it is. Fishing with Ty says on TV, it went to commercial thinking it was 4th down. So the TV people didn't even know that was a timeout blown dead at 3rd down. Lisa, thank you for this, Lisa. She says, I know it's easy to forget when we lose, but everyone make sure to hit the like button for Corey and Don. Thank you, Lisa. Always appreciate your positivity, and great to see you in the chat. All right, let's go to Austin, our final Iowa Smokehouse caller of the day. But before we go to Austin, one more plug for Big Grove Brewery and their Big Grove Big Play of the Day. Big Grove's Big Play of the Day, the 22-yard reception by Jacob Gill. Iowa's only explosive play of the day came with 13:13 left in the 3rd quarter. And, Don, what happened? Break down that play a little bit. You mentioned how Mark just basically ran straight left at the snap. Talk a little bit about what happened on that.
Yeah, my recall is we had 2 receivers on that side of the field. Jacob was the inside receiver, I think. Outside receiver drove down the field. Inside receiver went to the vacated soft spot in the zone outside. I don't think we had a 3rd level, just 2. But the fact that we moved our delivery point to the outside, changed the angles, gave us an easier throw and catch. And he did a little bit with it after the catch, too, as I recall. So what made it a good play, we took the ball and we immediately went outside the pocket, and they weren't ready for it. It bought us a lot of time and changed the angles on the throw, made it for an easier throw and catch.
Do you foresee more throws like that where you get Mark out of the pocket right away? Maybe
so. It makes sense to do some of that, to move the pocket.
The 22-yard Jacob Gill reception, Big Grove's big play of the day. And it's a perfect night, folks, for an Easy Eddie or a Citrus Surfer neighborhood beer, whatever the case may be. Easy Eddie is an easy drink. And so definitely check that out at your local Big Grove brewery. Go ahead, Don.
I have a sobering thing to notice here on the chat. I think it's supposed to be a partial score. Oregon 75, Oklahoma State 3.
Well, Oklahoma State's bad. But
Oregon's
it appears
pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, it appears that if there was any doubt, Don, if there was any doubt about what Oregon would be this year, and I had some question marks given the fact that they lost their quarterback for one, they have answered that call with flying colors, Don. Do you realize they have played Oklahoma State, a Big 12 team? They won today 69-3. That was the final score, 69-3. And last week, you know who they played last week? You'll appreciate this. They played the preseason favorites from the Big Sky Conference, Montana State.
Montana State's pretty good every year.
Oh, well, you know what they did against
I know exactly, yeah.
59-13.
Right.
That's 2 impressive weeks from your Oregon Ducks. And not murderer's row, but those are 2 tricky first 2 games.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Oregon and Penn State play in just 2 or 3 weeks.
You're right. In 3 weeks. And Oregon also gets in-state rival Oregon State. What is Oregon going to do to Northwestern next week, Don? I mean, what are they going to do to them? They're going to pick them apart.
Oh, my God. Are they going to institute a running clock maybe at some point?
Introduce the old running clock. Okay, they ought to start doing that where in games where I don't know if they still do it in high school, but if a game is just, besides just a running clock, can't you just call the game if it's 50 or 60 points?
There were some really, really ugly non-conference games today. I'm talking about huge point spreads.
Yeah, since we're here, folks, I'll give you a quick update on Big Ten, on the Big Ten scoreboard. Rutgers is thrashing Miami, Ohio, that should wake up Iowa fans because that's the next game on the Iowa schedule after UMass. And Miami, Ohio tested Wisconsin defensively, Don. They limited the Badgers to 17 points up in Madison, and I get that's a struggling Badger offense, but that Miami, Ohio team has given up 45 to Rutgers, and we still got 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. So just a side note, Miami, Ohio is a solid team out of the MAC. Oklahoma leads early on Michigan 7-0. Nebraska leads early on Akron 7-0. It's 7-6 USC over Georgia Southern in the first quarter. Michigan State leads Boston College. First quarter 7-0. Purdue and Southern Illinois tied at 7 apiece. First quarter, Penn State blanked Florida International 34-0. Oregon over Oklahoma State 69-63. How about Brett Bielema and Duke 45-19 over, or excuse me, did I say Brett Bielema and Duke? Brett Bielema and Illinois over Duke by a final of 45-19. Indiana over Kennesaw State 49-50. Excuse me, it's late in the day, Don, late in the show. 56-9, Indiana over Kennesaw State. And why is Minnesota playing Northwestern State? That's a disgrace of a matchup. 66-0 there. And how bad is Middle Tennessee? Because Wisconsin beat them 42-10. Your Leathernecks lost to Northwestern 42-7. Maryland defeating Northern Illinois 20-9. That's your Big Ten scoreboard update for the week. Sam wants to know what Oregon's going to do to Iowa. I don't have the answer to that. So let's go to our final Iowa Smokehouse caller. We've got Austin here. Austin, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hey.
Preface, I'm going to do 2 things that I absolutely shake my head when I hear callers say. The first one is I did miss a couple parts of the game.
Okay.
My mom had a transplant 2 weeks ago, and I was walking her through the hospital today. So I missed that interception and about 10 minutes surrounding it.
Well, it's probably a good reason.
Yeah. Well, and you'll never find a bigger Hawkeye fan. Like I said, she had her transplant 2 weeks ago. She's walking ahead of schedule, and she says it's because she is determined to make it into the stadium next weekend.
Good for her. I hope she makes it there.
And that was a double transplant, kidney and liver. So she, like I said, you'll never find a bigger Hawk fan. So much so that the nurses have called her the Hawkeye Queen while she's been in there the last couple weeks. But the second thing that I always shake my head when I hear, but I'm shocked I haven't heard it today. I was actually very not pleased with the officiating today, and there's one big reason on that. Early on, first play of the game, when Weejan got the unsportsmanlike after. Originally, I was nodding my head. This is an angsty game, right? But we want none of that after play shenanigans to happen. I was nodding my head. I liked that. And then throughout the game, I bet I saw that about another. I saw it at least 3 times after a play with push and shoving, people going to the ground while the ball is being spotted, and it was never called again. I'm curious to why that would be. And then the second point where I was shaking my head with officiating, was it a booth review for the spot of the ball on Iowa's first down in, I think, the first quarter?
Yeah, that's a good question, because why measure it? I made that comment. Why measure the spot if you're going to go review it? Don?
Yeah.
Why are we measuring it? Why are we bringing out chains if you're going to go back and review it?
Maybe a request from Iowa State, maybe? I don't know.
Well, I would have just told. Okay, well.
And then I think it was just
wait, hold on a second. You don't just request it. You
Sure.
call a timeout and you challenge it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, sure? Call a timeout and challenge it. What do you mean they request it? I'll tell you what, Don, I request you to stand on your head and sing a song to us. I mean, like, you can't just, you can request whatever you want, but by rule, they're supposed to call a timeout or throw the challenge flag, which is a timeout, right? You can't just, that's.
Yeah, I don't know who was. I didn't recognize the official to begin with, the referee. I think he might be one of the newer Big Ten officials. I'm not sure. Let me see if I'll check the names, see if I know any of them.
I just thought it was odd why you would go out and measure and then immediately go to a review.
I do remember that John Haycock was pretty sure they were getting the short end of the deal. They showed John because it was happening right in front of their bench, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
John was just disgusted with the call.
Well, the honest part of that to me is not 5 minutes later, Iowa State had that, what I thought was a clear backwards pass out of bounds, and there was no review on that.
Yeah, what's the deal with it? Because I couldn't see the angle, but I made the comment. I'm like, was that a backwards pass? Why wasn't that reviewed?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the officials did a suspect job.
Okay. Well, there you go.
As I understand it, I believe the booth can signal the officials that we're going to review it. It can happen either direction, right? I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the officials can request a review, and for that matter, the booth can tell them, hold the action. We're going to review it.
I'm surprised that Kirk, if we can just request reviews without formally challenging, why didn't Kirk request a review on that?
Well, the only way for sure to get it reviewed is to take a timeout, of course, and you don't want to burn timeouts unless you know for sure that it was. Normally, to be honest with you, on those lateral passes, they're usually give the benefit of the doubt to the offense. If it's absolutely parallel to the line of scrimmage, then they'll count it as an incomplete pass.
But let's just clarify. If it was backwards, then the ball should have been spotted where the ball went out of bounds, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
which would have resulted in a loss of yardage, right?
Should have been reviewed. There's no way around that. It should have been reviewed. It was a critical.
It was close enough to review, yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. The second thing I wanted to point to, I know, and in the comments, I know, and everyone who has called in has had positive things, but in the comments, it's been going crazy on hate to Gronowski's performance today. Like I said, I missed about 10 minutes in there. To my recollection, every single pass that I saw was catchable by an exceptional receiver, and all but maybe 3 were catchable by a good receiver. Obviously, with the exception of the like just throw out of bounds. I think the biggest loss on our passing game today was just drop after drop, or if not drop, a ball that could have been snagged by a good receiver. But we just didn't have that extra oomph for good
Like,
receiver status, I guess.
I would, because everybody keeps talking about drops. You're not the only one. I'd like to know how many official drops there were in this game, Don. That's not something that's tabulated on a box score. But I'd like to know, because I don't know if you and I have the same definition of a drop, Austin.
Well, I guess touching a hand, to me,
and like that pass, that third down that had they converted, they'd have been in field goal range in the fourth quarter to Gill. I mean, Gill's having to try to twirl backwards and catch behind him. That's not a drop in my book.
Well, and that's where I draw the distinction. Something catchable by an exceptional receiver gets that 10 out of 10. A good receiver, that's where I draw that line. If we had an exceptional receiving core, that's a catch. If we had a good receiving core, we would have had a lot more catches than we did.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like I said, you can't put it all towards quarterback or towards receiver or towards. You can't put it all in one boat, no matter how you look at it. But I think the boat today was sunk a lot more by a receiving core than our quarterback.
Okay. I agree.
All right. Well, then where's all this momentum and forward movement progress with the receiver core, Don? I mean, we'd have to see that. I've been saying that for a long time, but I mean, we heard about how this. Remember, Kirk. I was skeptical when Kirk made the comment at Big Ten Media Days when he said, I feel the same about the receiver room that I did about the offensive line room a year ago. Well.
Yeah.
I asked Tim Lester at Media Day, hey, this is what Kirk said. What do you think? And he agreed with Kirk. So Tim said it. So that's why I keep saying, I'm like, if it's been more on the receivers to this point, combined with just the matchup, Iowa State's hard to throw against in general, then I would expect, Don, this pass offense to come alive here in the next couple of weeks.
So here's a question I have for you, Corey. How much do we miss Vanderzee and Bowie?
Oh, big.
I don't know about that.
Bowie.
I mean,
Bowie's injured too, right?
I guess. Is he?
I don't know. Can't count on him anyway, I guess.
He won on the two deeps when he was healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, with all due respect to Bowie, he won on the two deeps. I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm just saying he won on the two deeps. So, and by the way, Vanderzee wasn't listed as a starter. Before he got hurt, he was listed as the backup to Sam Phillips.
Right.
So I think they're missing Sam Phillips. I think he gives them an element, Don, with his size and speed. I think he gives them an element combination that they maybe don't have. But I like Sam Phillips' speed. I like Seth Anderson's speed. Jacob Gill, I think, had been the most sure-handed. So, and I don't know that he had more than one pass today, one drop, quote unquote, more than one drop today.
One ball I remember for Jacob was a slant, or maybe it's a little deeper than that. Maybe it's a bang route, we call them.
Yes.
Anyway, he was breaking inside at speed. Couldn't have been thrown much better.
That should have been caught.
The ball got on him in a hurry, but it couldn't have been thrown much more accurately.
Agree. That's the one I had in mind. I think Sam Phillips, I just have a hard time imagining, is Sam Phillips not getting separation? He's a 1,500-yard receiver from Chattanooga. I get it's a different level, but the guy's showcase speed. He obviously impressed the staff in fall camp. Is he not getting open at all?
Well, again, if you're talking about a bunch of man coverage, you beat him with speed. That's one option. You also beat him with change of direction.
Right.
With loop in, loop out, stuff like that. Double cuts. There's all kinds of ways to beat him with double cuts of one type or another.
Well, we'll see.
You can't just rely on speed, especially if you're not very tall. Even if you get a little separation, the fact that the corner is taller than you, you may think you're open, but you're really not, because the quarterback's seeing the taller defender underneath you. You follow me on deep throws?
How much will you be able to go back on the TV copy and kind of gauge receiver play by going back on the TV copy?
I was looking at it real time today, and I'll look at the condensed version maybe when the Big Ten puts that up. I hate to go through the whole game again because it takes so long to play it in real time. But the 60-minute version is the way to watch a lot of games in a short amount of time, of course.
Yeah.
the condensed version. So I'll probably look at it tomorrow. I'll have some answers in that regard. I'd be curious how many drops there were, because a good receiver coach or good offensive coordinator will say, that's not an easy catch, but it should have been made. You got a scholarship because your skills are designed with catching a ball in mind. So we used to say, if you can touch it, you should be able to catch it. You know, a lot of guys have that attitude. You mentioned Terrence Hall today. Terrence Hall never dropped. Are you kidding? Marv Cook never dropped either. I love to tell the story. Gil Brandt was in our practice when Marv Cook was practicing. And Gil Brandt walked over to the manager who was charting the practice. We used to chart every practice for every ball that was thrown. I don't think they do that anymore either. But we did. Gil Brandt asked the manager, how's Marv Cook doing? The manager takes a minute to look at the chart and he said, right now, sir, he's caught 114 in a row. That impressed Gil Brandt because that's great hands. 114 in a row. That's what Marvin caught. That's good hands. And you've heard me say before, there's a big difference in a guy catching the ball 94% of the time versus 97.
Right.
Right? Because one guy drops twice as many.
Yep, exactly. Austin, anything else?
My last little bit, to be clear, OS for Hawks, I'm not convinced he doesn't have a direct line into my mentality, because everything he said was the number 1, 2, and 3 mark on my list to bring up.
Okay.
But the specifically D-line play, being worried about not getting sacks, which with that I thought was going to be our biggest point this year. But what I was most worried about going into this game was our defensive backs, and I cannot state how exceptionally happy I am with how they performed compared to how I was worried they would versus this Iowa State offense. Specifically, Hall, I know, got picked on a bit last year and a bit last game, but he had some fantastic breakups downfield.
Doesn't that make you feel worse collectively when you're like, man, the DBs actually played well. Iowa State had one explosive play. They held them to 16 points, outrushed them, broke even on turnovers. They still lost. Like, doesn't that make you just feel like crap?
Well, I thought I felt good, but now I'm not so sure.
Am I just being the master of pessimism there, Don? I mean, it's just like, how do they lose that game? But when you have an interception end up in the red zone and near pick 6 in a low-scoring defensive game, that'll do it. I'm not putting the blame on anyone specifically. I mean, Caden Weegan did not play well today. I'll just say that. He just did not play well. Wow, he didn't play well. He just didn't play well. So,
anyway. And that's one that I feel when you know our confirmed good players have a bad game, we can say that's a bad game. We can still look forward to next game. So I don't think on that quite as much because everyone has flukes. Yep. So I like to be a little more optimistic and say, the spots that I was worried about did great, and the spots that I know will do good had a bad game, which leads me to a lot of optimism for tomorrow.
Well, we'll leave you on that, Austin. Thank you for calling in, and we'll talk to you after a win against UMass.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. All right, Lisa, thank you for this. She says, you guys are amazing. Can't believe you're still going. I hope Hawkeye fans appreciate this commitment. Well, we know you do, Lisa, and we echo that. We do hope everybody appreciates the fact that we are on the airwaves for 4 hours after Iowa State, a loss to Iowa State. So,
are you going to tell me we still have a lot of listeners too, Corey, right now?
We have over 200. I mean, it's slowly tapered off, but
yeah.
Hey, it's Cyhawk, man. It's Cyhawk, and 4 hours flew by, in my opinion. They do fly by usually. So, and it's early game. So, but we want to let everybody get back to the evening, and we get that late college football window that's underway and whatnot. Z-Man in the chat says need to do better than a few pressures, need sacks, receivers not getting separation. Teams have been stacking the line as they know we look to run first. Open up the passing game. Yeah, well, can't disagree with any of that. Sam, thank you for being a premium member. Sam, I want to give a shout out to all of our premium members, including Sam, including Doug. Thank you, Doug, for being here. Amanda, thank you for being a premium member. We appreciate that. And Barbara, who's in the chat earlier, she's our newest Discord member. Thank you, Barbara, for signing up for that as a premium member. Mo RC, what happened in the first quarter when Iowa State was called on the field, 4th and 2? They brought their punting squad on the field after the commercial. Okay, so is this the same thing we're talking about, Don? Okay.
The timeout.
Yeah, so it was a timeout. They called the timeout before. It wasn't actually 4th down. They called 3rd down. Timeout was called after the play was snapped, and Iowa State was awarded the timeout, so they got the play back. They got the down back. So hopefully that makes sense how I explain that. Gary, thank you for being here as well. Folks, Iowa State defeating Iowa 16-13, and we talked about our player of the game, Jazz Patterson. Mark Ranowski had 37 net rush yards. That was, of course, hurt by the sack yardage there at the end. He had a gain number on the ground of 54. 13-24 overall through the air, just 83 yards. Was sacked 3 times, had an interception. It was a costly one. Jacob Gill had 5 catches on 8 targets, 52 yards, along with 22. Sam Phillips, 1 catch on 1 target. Got to get him involved more, Don. Just got to get Sam Phillips involved more. 15 yards, and he's got to not get frustrated because, they just got to figure out a way to get him the ball. Seth Anderson, they got to get him the ball more. 2 targets, 1 catch, 5 yards. Not enough. Just not enough. They're just not throwing to receivers enough, Don.
Here's a radical thought. How about running a bubble screen?
No.
Throwing the ball behind the line and see if we can block for him, see if he can go.
Yeah. They ran one screen. Was it to the screen to Terrell Washington that got blown up for -6?
I don't even remember the play exactly. But you know what I mean by a bubble screen.
Yeah, absolutely. To a receiver.
Yeah.
And Brad, look at Brad. Says he's giving us greetings from Copenhagen, Denmark. So appreciate
Thanks for listening, Brad.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Okay. We'll be back next week, Don. I'm not going to ask you to record a segment for UMass. So you give me right now, in this moment, fresh off an Iowa State loss, you tell me, what do you need to see against UMass? The Minutemen.
Well, I'd like to know this. What did UMass do today?
I just looked this up, Don. UMass, let's see. I can tell you in 2 seconds. UMass was losing last I checked. I know they got beat last week fairly handily by Temple. And UMass, we determined, is in the MAC, correct?
I think so.
Yes. So they are tied right now, 23-23 toward the end of the third quarter against Bryant.
Is that Phil Bryant or George Bryant?
I think it's a school named after Kobe Bryant, Don. I'll like to assume it's named after the great Kobe Bryant. So
the Fighting Kobe's. Huh?
The Fighting Kobe's. So anyways, 24. And Bryant just took the lead, Don, on an extra point. Can you believe it? 24-23, Bryant over UMass currently. And by the way, Bryant is 0-1. They lost last week to New Mexico State. UMass is also 0-1. They got beat 42-10 to Temple last week. So that game next week, well, I'm sorry, but to break the record on that game,
that's kind of like kissing your sister.
Well, thankfully I don't have a sister, so I don't have to imagine with that at all. But yes, that's a good illustration. South Florida just took down Florida, Don.
South Florida's got athletes.
South Florida just took down Florida. South Florida has now beaten Boise State and Florida. They have to be in the top 10 nationally. Their resume is a top 10 resume right now. I'm not saying they're one of the 10 best teams, but they have a top 10 resume.
Right maybe now. Boise didn't belong in the preseason top 25, but Florida sure did.
Yeah, who can say that? I mean, who has 2 better wins than that?
No one.
Ohio State has 1 better win. But yeah, so interesting. Let me just see if there's anything else notable here that we missed. Yeah, 18-16 final, South Florida over Florida. Incredible. Mark Stoops and his Wildcats lost a close one, 31-20 against Ole Miss. Missouri beat Kansas 42-31. And, yeah, that's about it as far as notables. Number 12, Arizona State trails Mississippi State 10-0. Michigan trails Oklahoma first quarter 7-0.
Coach Saban picked Mississippi State over Arizona State this morning.
Okay. Good for Coach Saban. He's going to probably get that one right.
Yeah.
So, all right, Don, anything to add on Iowa UMass next week?
No, we're going to get well against UMass, and then we just need to eliminate our mistakes, zero in on who can play better than who, figure out our lineup before we start conference play the next week.
All right, folks.
And one of the comment, Corey, I hope and pray we can get all of our starters out of the game long before the game's over, simply because we do play Rutgers on Friday night the following week.
Yep, good point. And then, am I correct in saying, let me look at the schedule. So they get Rutgers and Indiana before the first bye week. So,
yes.
I mean, is it fair to say they got to go 3-0 these next three?
Well,
if you want to accomplish anything close to a semblance of your goals preseason.
Yeah, because we got tougher games up ahead other than just the ranked teams.
Yeah, I mean,
Indiana is a ranked team, of course, but I'm talking about tougher opponents other than Rutgers.
But if you're not
going
to beat Iowa State, you have to beat Indiana at home. Should we take our? Go ahead, Don.
Who's that? Somebody calling in or what?
Should we take our last caller, Don?
Sure. He might be out of gas or have a flat tire. We better take it.
Iowa Smokehouse caller, are you out of gas?
Hello?
Are you out of gas? Do you have a flat tire? Are you good?
I'm good. Sorry. This is Tony from formerly of Sioux Falls.
Oh, hey, Tony.
My car switched from my AirPods to my car and all that, when they do all that fun stuff. The phones are too smart for us nowadays.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling in.
Everyone's all right. The sky hasn't fallen yet, right?
Well, I can barely hear you, but no, the sky hasn't fallen totally. It's definitely lower than it was yesterday and this morning, but the sky is still above us.
That's good. It looks a little cloudy here in Altoona, but I do still see the sun. So.
Yeah, it still exists. And it'll come up tomorrow.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah.
So, what was you guys' quick takes from the game, real quick? Because I just joined.
4 hours in.
Yeah,
I'm
just joking.
You
done a 4 hour show. It's just what do you do the old bury the tape, or is there still things that we can probably?
No, you don't bury the tape, Don.
No,
there's nothing to bury. You got to look at everything, right, Don? They got to fix this pass offense. There's nothing to bury, right, Don?
Yeah.
No burying here, Tony.
Sounds good. Well, we will see you next week. I just wanted to check in, and I saw you were on as I was.
Okay. Hey, basketball's right around the corner, Tony.
I'm ready.
I'm ready too.
I got my games after I saw you at the State Fair, so I'll talk to you later.
All right, Tony. I couldn't really hear what he said there at the end, but he said something. So, Tony, we appreciate you being here. Tony's a big supporter of the show, so we do appreciate you, Tony. And, yeah. All right, folks. Caden, sorry, we ran out of time. Caden's gone. All right, folks. For Coach John Patterson, I'm Corey Brada from the Hawkeye of the Storm, and all of our sponsors. Kyle Spence, appreciate him helping out toward the beginning of this show as well, and behind-the-scenes stuff, everything. We appreciate it. Folks, I'll be back with you tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, moving forward. Hawkeyes fall to Iowa State by a final of 16-13. The Hawks are 1-1 on the year, and they'll look to give Kirk Ferentz his wins record against the Minutemen next Saturday. Have a great weekend.